2, 3, and tick-tock. Boom. Kevin Lyles, King's legend.
An AR at where is Kevin Lyles at? He's like
yeah, I have no idea.
That's gonna bother me. I gotta look that up. Kevin Lyles. It's not Def Jam.
Okay. Man, let's light the beam. Let's get this beam lit. Let's get that in there. Come on, man. It's our day, baby.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yeah, baby. We're showing out on national television again. Come on, baby. We in here. You know how it is.
Yes, sir. Come on, Young Zell.
We ain't running Young Zell once today. We're running him twice. Let's go.
Let's get it.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the
Kings,
like the
baby.
beam now.
The Sacramento Kings, baby. Back up.
You thought we was going one verse?
Let's go.
Oh,
We
no.
back up. Let's go.
No.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with a team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the
It's our man Young Zell right there with the victory anthem, like the beam. We welcome you in here on the March 10th edition, the Friday, March 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us on ESPN 1320 on the Odyssey app. If you're listening on 98.5 FM HD2, we appreciate you for being with us. If you're watching on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, whatever it may be, welcome in.
I just want to say while we're still here, like the beam and all this other
Yes,
stuff,
indeed.
it was highly inspired night last night at the Kings game, and they had, these like dancers, and they was doing dances, and they was mixing. And they mixed in Young Zell's Like the Beam. I don't even think Young Zell knows this. They mixed in his record into one of the dance routines out there. It was crazy. Yeah. We heard it, and we was like, that's Young Zell.
Wait a minute. And you can't rewind it. So you're like sitting there, what was that? Was that
Then
Zell?
they hit it again.
Yeah. And hey, I told y'all one day, some people in that organization were like, yo, who's that?
Yeah.
And can you get me the record?
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's not the last time we hear Young Zell at the Golden One Center.
No.
Oh, but what an electric night it was at the arena. The fans showed out, said to hell with that rainstorm. We ain't sweating that. We getting in that arena. They were as loud as they've ever been. And, man, you're going to hear from Mike Brown in a minute. I think everybody had a great time last night except for Mike Brown.
Yeah, Mike Brown wasn't happy.
I'm going to have to do a live edit as we play that sound because I want y'all to hear it. You have to hear it. We're going to run like the first – because he talked. Like that was like a 13-minute press conference. We'll run. I'm going to try to get the first 3 minutes in. Mm-hmm. It's his opening statement, and then he has a quick exchange with Sean Cunningham. But however you feel about the Sacramento Kings today, Mike Brown did not feel that way last night. And I can't stress enough how much I love that. We'll tell you why. We'll get to Mike Brown, and we'll get to why I love so much what he had to say to his team last night. Phone lines are open for you as always. This is your show, 916-909-1320. Kings getting a lot of attention right now. Everybody's talking about the Sacramento Kings. Yeah. Everybody's writing about the Sacramento Kings, including Chris Herring of SI. He wrote that, quote, cover story.
Yeah. Cover story. Yeah, man.
And he's going to join us in about 45 minutes.
Okay.
Hunter Patterson right after that.
Yep.
Of course, Hunter Patterson, our guy of The Athletic, and then his partner, Anthony Slater, right after that. So we rolling today. And, of course, James Ham will be with us here in the final hour of the show. So we are talking a ton of Kings basketball. We'll give you an update on Brock Purdy. Sounds like everything went well this morning. He finally had his surgery. There was no emergency Tommy John or anything like that.
Great to hear.
So that's a big thumbs up for 49er fans. Moving forward, and of course, Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers moving forward. Sacramento Kings beat the New York Knicks last night, 122-117, stay in second place because the Memphis Grizzlies beat the Warriors in Memphis, as I pretty much think everybody knew that they would because the Warriors just cannot win on the road. So they stay there in second spot, tied with the Memphis Grizzlies, their 39th win of the season. Of course, that matches their highest of the last 16 years. The Dave Yeager year. But here we are, man. Lots of basketball left to be played. And just a quick question before I let you rock.
Yeah.
You think the Kings can catch Denver? It's a 6.5 game difference.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I thought about it too.
Now I'm just gonna ask I'm gonna ask everybody. Y'all can raise your hand, audibly say yes or no. Do you think the Sacramento Kings can catch the Denver Nuggets? And if the answer is no, I want you to keep in mind that the same amount of games that the Nuggets are up on Sacramento is up on the 7th seed. So they technically haven't clinched a playoff spot yet. But it would be really hard for them to lose a playoff spot.
I mean, I'm not afraid to say it. I ain't afraid of y'all.
Virtually impossible.
Yeah, this thing's over as far as like them being in the top 6. Like they're there. They are there. The next question, I think, for this team is, are you going to be able to have home court advantage in the first round?
Yeah.
I think that's the next question. I think they've essentially passed the test of being in the top 6. Now you got to say, okay, well, you guys going to be
able to. That's 2, 3, and 4, right?
2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Yep. So, that's the next thing is, can you guys make sure you have home court advantage all the way throughout? Or during the first round.
During the first round. Shoot, go for having it in the second round too.
Yeah. Well, I say all the way throughout. That would entail Denver, and we.
Yeah, right. No, I got you. That's why I said have it through the second round. We're going to talk a lot about the Western Conference today. I had some interesting discussions, including one with Anthony Slater again, who's going to be with us.
I had some interesting discussions too.
Okay,
I was in there fighting for my life.
Oh,
that media room.
Oh my. Oh, what happened? I don't even know about this. I had some interesting discussions on the concourse, but we can't talk about those. We can't.
Hey, man, shout out to my man John Wallace. Was in
John
the building
Wallace,
last
yes,
night.
indeed.
Syracuse legend in the building.
He let us know he in LA today. My man was my man hanging out in LA today. Some good, clean, wholesome fun.
Shout out John Wallace, man. Syracuse legend was in the building, man. I guess he works for the Knicks. So Knicks radio broadcast, I think. But no, it wasn't nothing serious. I was just talking about Draymond. And
okay.
Yeah. I was fighting for my life.
Okay. I think you are a little hard on Draymond, but that's not for today. That's for
I was
later.
fighting for Russell Westbrook too.
Well, yeah. Well, Anthony Slater made a little remark that I was just like, all right, bro. Like Kendra Andrew was over there, so I was just like, I'm gonna behave because company's here. I'm gonna go over here and talk to Sarah, but don't think I didn't hear what you said, Anthony Slater. De'Aaron Fox, bro. De'Aaron Fox might be having one of the most incredible seasons for a Sacramento King in history. Like what he's doing regularly in the fourth quarter is bordering on ridiculous. Like that man had 15 points in the fourth quarter. That man was sitting to begin the fourth quarter. And there was an immediate, I think he scored the first, like he stepped on the floor, touched the ball and scored. And there was this, you could feel it from the crowd. All right, there it is. Fourth quarter Fox is in here. Yeah. Even the G-Man mentioned it. Fourth quarter Fox is in full effect. Well, I don't think he worded it like that, but you know what I mean. And it felt like the game was in his hands until it was over.
He has gotten to the point that, I don't know if you remember, I used to always say, like, I want him to be the type of guy that you could just pencil in his 23 to 25. He could be having a good shooting game, a dreadful shooting game, medium, whatever, hitting threes, getting whatever. But it's 23 to 25. None of this 17 stuff, none of that 19. No, 23 to 25. Every single night. If he's cooking, he's going to get 30. And he's there. He didn't play great last night. He was even on a minutes restriction a lot of the time, so he didn't get a.
Yeah, was that confirmed?
It wasn't confirmed. It was a guess by myself and Sarah Hodges.
Yeah, we noticed it in the first quarter. Hey, huh? And then it became really apparent in the second quarter, and I think you were the first one who said maybe he's on a minutes restriction.
Yeah, so it isn't confirmed, but it felt that way.
Yeah,
and
his rotation, it wasn't a normal rotation for him last night.
Right. So even with that, he was still able to come away and get, what do you have, 24 last night, 25?
I think it was 25. Let me double check. I know he had 15. He had 23 actually.
23, that's
both wrong. Yeah, he had 23.
Still able to come away with 23.
Yeah.
9 of 16 from the field. Only took 16 shots.
But all that mattered was the 15.
Yeah. Well, I say that to say he got 23. He had 15 in the fourth, like you mentioned. Like he wasn't like cooking in the first three quarters.
Yeah.
But come fourth quarter time,
yep,
he understands the assignment. And the assignment is for him to lead this team to the promised land, essentially. And he did that last night. He's about as shifty.
Don't mind that. I'm just pulling up I'm just trying to find a Mike Brown sound. Don't mind that. Don't mind that.
The De'Aaron is about as shifty as anybody. Is there anybody? I'll say Kyrie. Is there anybody outside of Kyrie that is more shifty than De'Aaron Fox?
No.
I mean, he puts people on skates. He crosses people. I said it a couple weeks ago, like prime Iverson. Everybody want to throw Iverson on, or John Moran on the whole Iverson comparison. I think De'Aaron Fox plays more like Allen Iverson than anybody else.
That man almost hurt Julius Randle last night.
Oof.
He almost hurt Julius Randle. Ain't missed a game all year. He almost sent that man to the sideline.
What about what he did to Josh Hart a couple times?
Oh, he did that too. Josh Hart. I think Josh Hart just grabbed 2 more offensive rebounds since the show started. We'll talk more about De'Aaron. Domas just casually registering a second straight triple-double.
Easy work.
Work
is easy work.
See, I've got some thoughts on that too. I've got some thoughts on Domas because I'm looking around and I'm watching some people drool over what that dude in Denver is doing. And he's phenomenal. Absolutely. He is phenomenal. Sabonis isn't talked about on a national level enough for the things that he does because he does everything at that position. I'm telling you, I said this with De'Aaron. I think there's only one thing that those two are lacking. We'll tell you what that is. We'll run that Mike Brown sound for you. There's a lot to dive into. We want to hear your thoughts on last night's game, on De'Aaron, on the offensive rebound, on Mike Brown. And I think that press conference was really footnoted by something at the beginning and something at the end.
Okay.
He was talking about De'Aaron and Domas. Mike's ready.
Mm.
I think the Kings are ready too.
Mm.
And a pause moment from Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox. Got that on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leaders. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
So I had another crazy dream last night. Crazy work dream. It's crazy. I got to the Odyssey Studios. I think it was like probably 11:30 or so, 11:40. And I was like, okay, got time.
Give me. I just want to check one thing real quick because I'm guessing because this is Sean's video.
Mhm.
Okay, he did. I was like, it's Sean's video, so he probably edited it. He didn't. So I know right where it's at. I got it, Jesse. Don't worry. I'm going to be on top of this one. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, so in the dream, you were like 11:40. I'm like, okay, I got time to do whatever I need to do before I get ready for the show. And then I get in ways, and for whatever reason, Justine has 2 dogs that she let run around the office. And I'm like, hey, we got to get these dogs out of here. So I opened the door, and that led to another dog being in the hallway. It was like a pit bull. I was like, yo, this dog crazy. I got to get out the way. It jumps at me. I move, and then I get out of that door. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. I need to get to the elevator. Go to the elevator. This guy is on the elevator like, yeah, get on. I got you, big dog. Takes me down to like this bottom area. I was like, yo, I got to get off because I'm about to be on the show. I get off the elevator. I'm outside. I got to go to the car real quick. Somebody's talking to me like, hey, KC, da-da-da-da. I'm like, bro, I can't really have a discussion. I got to get on there. I look at the phone. It's 12:13. I'm like, oh, shit, Damien is probably flipping over the studio right now. Then I can't get away from this guy. And he keeps talking to me. I'm trying to get in my car. I can't find my keys to get back in. And then I woke up stressed. It's like 5:30 a.m. Stressed. Like, oh my gosh. It was just a dream. Lord have mercy. It was just a dream.
That's funny. I love that. Your first he's flipping over the studio. Not that he's concerned. Where is his partner? He's just flipping over the studio.
And that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to text you to be like, yo, I'm locked out or whatever. I'm going to be there. But this guy kept talking to me and I couldn't get the text off. And I was like, bro, I got to let him know. Else he's
Damon's going to be so mad, man.
You know what's funny about all this? And I'm not talking to either one of you. I'm talking to the chatty house. These dudes talk shit about me when I'm not around. Like, D'Lo's going to be mad if we don't do this or don't do that.
We're always together.
D'Lo's going to be upset.
I guess see except for J Street Vibes, and then we're just talking about the league at that point. We're always together. Other than
you be having some wild dreams, man.
I don't know where this one came from. No, Paolo was not there.
Thank goodness. Roddy, great to see you last night. Great to see you in the
Roddy. Yeah, man. And the little all-star with him too.
Yeah. That's good stuff. Yeah, I sometimes it's hard for me to hear what Shaq's saying, to be completely honest with you. But I did see Shaq show Domas some love. Now that was nice. Hopefully that catches on and becomes the norm because that dude is having an incredible. He's the league leader in rebounds.
He's going to go back to back, I think. Oh no, he was second last year behind Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, it was popping last night, Andrew, for sure. It was popping. Even got to see Jill Ash. Jill Ash took me into the Lexus Lounge.
Wow.
Felt like a star last night.
Well, you were. I mean, the Paps, they were out there.
That was John Bull's ass.
They got this guy,
John Bull
floating across the court.
It was the wave. It was the wave that
smile.
did it.
Come on, man. This dude. Courtside D'Lo.
I was courtside seeing Jill and Sarah Hodges.
Courtside D'Lo.
No, I saw your IG story after I left. You knock it off.
Come on, man.
Kenny's always nice. He doesn't go down to his seats till after I leave. I really did not want to leave last night. saying I didn't want to leave the game last night because I was like, yo, there's, halftime came to an end. We had a blast at halftime. Halftime came to an end.
Yeah.
And then we went back over to our little area that we, hang out, and it was like, I don't want to leave. Like this is.
I thought you was gonna stay.
This is a vibe. Well, the lead got cut to, I think it got cut to 4.
Yeah.
And then it was like, hey, okay, this ain't gonna be on me. Like I think the OKC game that I stayed for, because I was the anti Maybacko. I was the anti Olivia, who is undefeated in games that she attends. I was winless until the Oklahoma City game. So I thought, okay, I'm good. I've seen the beam. We're all good.
Been reversed. The curse had been reversed.
But Kings were up 20. They were neck and neck in rebounding. And then all of a sudden, I know there was like a 5 offensive rebound possession in the fourth quarter. In the third, there was an offensive rebound that was like 3, but they had a quick turnover. And then there was like 2 more offensive rebounds, and Kenny like, yo, this is the longest possession in history.
For like a minute and 30 seconds.
And it got worse in the fourth. I was like, hey, this ain't gonna be on me. I want to stay. Like I was feeling it. Sprout was taking care of it. Was like, I'm getting out of here because this ain't gonna be on me. I ain't gonna be to blame for this one. I'm doing what a good supporter of the team does. So
we gotta thank D'Lo.
That's
what we gotta do.
I ain't gonna say you don't have to thank D'Lo. I'm just thinking, I thought of the 18,000 people that were there above myself, because I did want to be there. There was a vibe in that arena last night, and even if that game wound up as a 20-point blowout, I wanted to.
The playoffs are gonna be so stupid. Oh my goodness, the playoffs are gonna be stupid.
Hey, and shout out to Alan Hahn. He got to see He got to see it. He got to see it. He don't want to admit it, but he got to see it last night.
Hey, before we get into everything, it's a jam-packed day.
Yeah,
we got some things we got to talk about.
Yeah,
get these bars off.
Oh man,
get these bars off.
I gotta be honest, man. It's just becoming. It's so normal. I forget.
No, I get it because it's like, bro, like, yeah, they won again. This is what they always do. I understand.
I'm ready when you're ready.
I understand. But, we're going to see this thing out. We're going to see this thing on out because the Kings took care of the Knicks last night at the Golden One Center on TNT, 122, 117, 40. Give me that beat, man. Yo. I was up late last night, celebrating that win. You know the vibes, man. Let's get it. Look, rain down on me, shout out SWV. Still got love for Taj Coco and my girl Lee. They say I'm the GOAT, and I respect that stance. This summer, 2-story yacht with my man Dr. Lance. Got love for the Knicks, but don't question my alliances. That's like going to Old Navy, trying to buy some appliances. Makes no sense. Malik cashing out. Like the beam on the Knicks, them L's the Kings stay handing out. Whoa. I said like the beam on the Knicks, them L's the Kings stay passing out. Whoa. You already know what it is, man.
I get so weak in the knees,
get
I can hardly speak.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Something takes over me.
Let's go. D-Lo on the sing and stop playing with him.
916-909-1320. Let's get our man Ross in here. Ross, what's happening? AKA Luke Walton.
Yo, I got to agree with Mike Brown. I looked at the tape, and that offensive rebounding, man, was disgusting. So,
I'm glad you looked at the tape.
Yeah. Hey, all jokes aside, man, this team, they're playing for real right now, but there's some that they could really do to take us over the top. I'm looking at the home records of these really strong teams. You got Boston that's 28-9, Cleveland 28-7. Milwaukee's 28-6, Denver's 30-5, Memphis is 27-5. We're playing this good, and we haven't even figured out how to win in our home court. So, man, that's something I'm really looking forward to. When they figure that out, it's going to be really dangerous with this team.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah,
we appreciate you.
Yeah, man. This team, they're starting to get a little bit of a vibe and feel the energy. I think that had a lot to do with the way De'Aaron was reacting in that fourth quarter, because it was electric in there. It was electric. And how could you not get swept up in that energy? You dunk, you got to yell. Because there's 18,000 people yelling.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to yell. You know what I mean? You talk to the Knicks, all that other stuff. I think I agree with him, man. There's another level that this team could reach. I agree with him 100%.
Yeah, it's an interesting note there. It'd be worth going back and looking at some of the Kings home games where they just kind of fell short. You can get in on the phone lines, 916-909-1320. I do want to play this for you because I feel like this is a big talking point from last night. I'm going to use, you know what? Let's check that real quick. Give me 1 second. I want to switch these screens. I had Sean Cunningham's video pulled up in hopes that Sean Cunningham had the edited version on his YouTube channel, on his Twitter account, but he didn't. So I'm gonna run.
You can't say that on the show, but don't they be saying that on TV now?
They do.
It's like,
I'm not even clear.
on?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not
What's
clear
going on?
what you're. But the thing is, I know exactly where it's at, so I'm gonna be quick on the live edit. But this was Mike Brown. This is gonna run for a couple of minutes because he has something to say. So this is a nationally televised win last night. This is a team. This is a Sacramento Kings team that just beat a Knicks squad who's also at 39 wins, who leading into last night's game had won 9 of their last 10. And, well, here's Coach Mike Brown.
It's a good win. Our guys found a way to get the win, but we were not good. I was extremely disappointed in our inability to box out, let alone rebound. Josh Hart just kicked our ass. He kicked our ass. Nobody put a body on him the entire night. I thought their physicality was great because it made us go one-on-one quite a bit throughout the course of the game and made us take difficult shots. I thought we didn't get a chance to get out in transition, because we couldn't come up with the rebound to get out to run and put pressure on them, so they had us playing a slow, walk it up paced game. And they were the ones that got out in transition. They outscored us 17.
Go ahead and hit the little edit right there. I would just take that out.
I mean, you could tell I'm a little frustrated. It's a great win. You take wins at this time of the year, but that's not how we need to. That's not how we should be playing basketball, which you guys saw tonight. I am not happy with our performance at all, except for the fact that we got the win. Somehow, some way, we have to be better throughout the course of the ball game. I'm going to put pressure on Domas and Foxy. They have to hold themselves to an elite level on every possession, but just as importantly, they got to open their mouths and hold their teammates to a high standard, because that ain't going to fly. Give the Knicks a lot of credit. Good ball club. Tibbs done a heck of a job with them. They're physical. They try to play the game the right way. You feel them throughout the course of the game. We're taking this win, but we got to be better. And it starts with Domas and Foxy. They got to open their mouths, and they got to challenge their teammates to perform each possession at an elite level. But they have to do it themselves on both ends of the floor.
Have you felt this way after a win before this season, or is
No.
this kind of a one-off?
23 offensive rebounds. Again, you're happy for the win, but that does not sit well with me at all.
Do you feel that they're receptive to it, especially coming off of a win, emotions of a win, and then to hear a message like that? Do you feel the team is receptive to a message like that?
I hope so, because if we don't fix that, we're going to get our behinds kicked come playoff time. That's when the big boys show up.
We'll leave that right there. We'll go back here a little. Mike said one more thing. It's going to be a little bit harder for me to find on that video, but I'm going to get it to you. What'd you think of that?
Everything that he said is 100% correct. It's the right thing to say. He's on it. I do think everybody's making a little too much of last night. Not that last night wasn't bad with the offensive rebounds, but I mean, that's it's an anomaly. Like the Kings don't have a defensive rebounding problem. Last night it was bad. Those things happen. Like sometimes
but
it's don't getting hot.
But don't focus on everyone. I just want your perception, because you coach too, of what Mike said. Like, I ain't worried about what James said or Anthony Slater said or what was written about offensive rebounding. And perhaps you're right. It's anomaly. They're a good defensive rebounding team. In fact, we know it is, because Will gave us the numbers yesterday. That team, the New York Knicks, crush people when they win the rebound. They won by a wider margin than they did against the Kings in the Garden. So we'll go over all of the things they did right. I'm just curious your perspective on that message in that moment from Mike to his team.
I'll tell you this. He's right. That was a good time to do it. A good way to do it. There was a little bit of strategic. I'm not saying this was what he was trying to do, but it was strategic with it. You won. You had a I don't want to exaggerate and say once in a lifetime type deal, but it was like astronomical what happened. It was ridiculous, completely out of the norm. What happened? So you had
5 offensive rebounding possession is absurd. that resulted, I think, in a 3.
Yeah, that followed a 3 offensive rebound possession before, which preceded another 3.
To make it worse,
it was crazy.
I think it was a 3 with 1 second left on the shot clock. It was just something absurd.
It was crazy. So, that was a good time to do that. That was a good time to try and get your message across and say all that. It's like it's a hard line. I'm trying to explain it. Like what he said he believes, Mike Brown believes, and he's right. But I also think deep down he knows his team, that's not who his team normally is.
My first thought was that's what Mike does privately. That's not what he does at the podium after games or what he does, for 5 minutes after practice when he talks to the media. I think those are the conversation maybe he doesn't have it immediately following the game. Maybe it's like, hey, there's some things we got to correct. Enjoy this win tonight. We'll talk about it tomorrow. And then that conversation happens this morning. I feel like we just were privy to something Mike very regularly does. He just doesn't do it in front of us.
Yeah.
That's what stood out to me the most. And I take that back. That's not what stood out to me the most. That was my first thought. What stood out to me the most is Mike and the rest. This team is preparing for the playoffs.
Facts.
They're nothing else. It's they're not preparing to hold on to the 2 seed. They're not preparing to not blow it. They're preparing for a playoff series. And he knows games like that can break a series. One ball doesn't bounce your way. That one, lucky thing that you get may not go your way. And now all of a sudden, worst case scenario, series could be over. He's trying to eliminate bad habits while this team is performing at a high level. He didn't give that speech after they lost 4 or 5. He did it after they went 7 of the last 8.
Yeah, and that's why I say it's like once again, I don't know if this is the word I'm necessarily looking for, but it's convenient. It's the timing is right. Like if they had, like you said, if they had lost 4 or 5, I don't think he's saying that. But it's publicly.
Right. Yeah.
They won, so it's a little bit more digestible. It's something that you can say publicly and get the attention of Fox and Sabonis. And one of the things, and the whole team essentially, but one of the things about Mike Brown as well that he's been great with all year is he understands the pulse of this team. He understands what he can say in the media. He understands that he can call out Keegan Murray for not rebounding. He can call out Kevin Huerter for not rebounding. And they're going to take it the correct way. They're not going to take it in a negative way. So he can talk about Fox and Sabonis saying, I need them to step up and be leaders in this team, the offensive rebound, things that happen. He can say all that because he knows that this team is about winning and they'll stay locked in on the task at hand. So he can get that message across that way. I don't have any problem with what he said, and everything that he said was right.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Manny first. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Manny?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Manny?
What's up? So, with last night's game, like with everything you just said, I think that was like so spot on, Casey. When I first was watching it, some parts of it, like I got angry. I was like, man, this is ridiculous, man. How are you gonna let them just keep grabbing the ball like that? And I think we got lucky in some instances where they weren't able to capitalize on a lot of that, and we were able to sustain that lead. But the part where I think this was a good teaching moment for him to continue having Fox and Sabonis become better leaders, be more vocal with these guys, right? Because there's going to become times where there are some bumps in the road, and they have to be those guys. They have to be those guys that turn on the other teammates and get them ready to do what they need to do to take it to that next level. You got to turn them on, man.
Speaking of turning on your teammates, let's let's just go ahead. Let me make a quick switch over here to Sean's page.
It's classic, man. It's a classic.
I don't feel so bad about the way that we act after seeing De'Aaron's reaction.
They are younger than us.
They are. Well, it's a shut up, Kenny. It doesn't matter.
Malik, you've seen all season long Fox put up big numbers in the fourth. What do you just make of it as someone who knows him so well to see him kind of shine in that type of moment?
I'll be trying to get him going earlier than that. Listen sometimes, but it's Fox, man. I've been seeing it for almost all my life, man. I know what he's gonna do. I know how to say something to get him turned on too. So, whoa, come on,
whoa, oh my God. And
he hit him with the pause at the press conference.
And Fox, what did you when you got when you got going, obviously there later in the fourth, you were chirping a little bit. You even looked like over towards their bench. You were able to kind of share what maybe some of the things you were saying.
I was talking to Q when he was on the bench.
Even in the fourth, later in the fourth, you were chirping a little bit. You even looked like over towards.
Oh, man.
De'Aaron hit him with that. Whoa. Hey.
I'll be trying to get him going earlier than that. Listen sometimes, but it's Fox, man. I've been seeing it for almost all my life, man. I know what he's going to do. I know how to say something to get him turned on, too. So, whoa. Come on.
Whoa. Oh, my God.
That's funny. I don't care how juvenile it is. That's funny.
Oh,
he
man.
hit him with the whoa.
Oh my God.
Pause. Malik, what you doing? One more. I'm really guessing with this one. This is more from Mike Brown last night. Last little clip here I want you to hear.
It's in the 3-point shooting, what the league is now.
I think it is what
Matt George, he was asking about defense.
League is, right now. The 3-point shooting is off the charts. The skill level's off the charts. The way team space is off the charts. Most teams seem to be playing fast. And so 15-point league can go away like that. And that's why you can't help them. That's why all the little things have to matter. They gotta matter. Like, you gotta take that crap personally. You gotta want to go hit somebody. That's gotta mean something to you, because it can go away like that. And that's what I was most disappointed in tonight, is there was no sense of urgency when there needed to be that. And we got to change that, because we cannot go into the playoffs playing the way we did when it comes to physicality.
Mike Brown right there.
Yeah, man, he's saying all the right things. I mean, and not just saying all the right things. He's right. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he's saying it just to say it. He's right. He's right with everything they say. And your point earlier, and them trying to get prepared for the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's where they're at right now. They're trying to get themselves ready for the playoffs and doing the little things that it's going to take to win playoff games and potentially win playoff series. Last night, I said it to you after the first quarter, and I thought the whole game was true. Last night was a playoff game. That was what the playoffs are going to look like.
Sure.
And they handled it for the most part. They had hiccups that allowed the Knicks to get back into it. But I said after the first quarter, I was like, yo, this is a playoff game. This is what the playoff game looked like. They ended up being up by 20 at some point.
Yeah.
So they were handling it. just being able to stay consistent and follow through and finish off the thing, that's something that they have to learn and get used to. But I thought last night was a playoff type game, and I thought they responded well. I know, like I said, everybody's going to respond to the offensive rebounds and things of that nature. Number one, the Knicks, we mentioned it, Will Z mentioned, they're a hell of a rebounding team. That's one of the things that they do exceptionally well, better than almost anybody in the league. So there's that. And then on top of that, it was just like, I was an anomaly last night. I'm not overly concerned by that. It was ridiculous in the moment. I don't have any concern that that's going to be something that plagues them moving forward, whether Mike Brown said something last night or not. That was just one of them wild nights.
Full disclosure, Terrence really wants to hear the part of youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you want to get in the chat house. Terrence really wanted to hear the part of Mike talking about. So, okay, I think that I wasn't sure I had to switch to James's sound. This is where I heard it. I timed it wrong. That was me. I do like the sound that we just played of Mike Brown, but that's not actually what I was looking for. I was looking for the Kings version of this sound. This is Mike Brown talking about De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, when I speak on Fox, I'm talking about the level he can get to. He's already a great player. He's done things to help us win in the fourth quarter, but he's got a chance to be elite. I'm telling you, I've been around, and that for those guys, the competitive spirit shows all the time. You know what I'm saying? And it shows at an elite level all the time. You know, he's good enough to go out there and play and still be impactful and effective. But it's my job to try to push him to be as great as he can be. And he's not even really scratching the surface of how great he can be. He's heading in the right direction, but he's still got a ways to go. And when he does, look out. Look out. That's all I can say.
That's what I was looking for. That's what I want your response to. But I want to get to Daniel first. 916-909-1320. Daniel, thanks for waiting, man. What's on your mind?
Oh, no problem, guys. It's good to talk to you. Hey, Casey, I think Lamar is going to end up with the 49ers. I'm just going to say that right now. So, anyways.
Well, I know you ain't talking to me, Daniel, but that ain't going to happen.
Okay.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I guarantee it.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, guarantee.
Oh, I've heard some stuff. Anyway, hey, it's good to hear the Kings get a lot of play all over the place. Here in Sac, but it's good to listen to Bay Area radio and your boys Bonte, and they were talking about the Kings this morning, and they said that they watched the Warrior game and they were pissed off and they're angry about the Warriors, how they played, and then they watched the Kings. And Butcher Boy said he watched the Kings and he saw the Warriors like when they were good, and that's not the way they're playing now. But the Kings are playing fast and they're playing fun, and the guys are getting along, and the crowd's pumped up, and it's just good to hear that coming from other places,
Yeah, absolutely. This will be the theme today when we talk to. Actually, I think Chris Herring joins us next. Anthony Slater on the way, Hunter Patterson on the way, James Ham coming up. This isn't a cute story. This is a good basketball team. That's what this is. This is a good basketball team. I really want to hear your thoughts about what Mike said about De'Aaron Fox, and I want to talk further about that. Chris Herring, he wrote the quote cover story for SI. About the Sacramento Kings, and we're going to talk to him when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. You sent the link to him, right? Exec.
Don't disrespect me, bro.
There you go, producer of the year. No, you're right. If I could find the sound quick enough, I'd hit it.
Jesse, you got Hunter's info?
I already sent it. Yeah, I sent it.
Okay, good.
Stop asking me stupid questions.
Yeah, if you set the link to Chris, I sent it to Anthony and Hunter. Did y'all see courtside Jilly last night? Man. Jill just walked me into the Lexus Lounge like I was supposed to be there. What a night last night was.
What was the food selection like in there?
It was legit. it was legit.
When I was there for the Celtics game last year, they had hot dogs.
No, there was sushi everywhere. That's what I saw. There was sushi everywhere. They was carving up, plates. I think it was a prime rib. Yeah, it was legit. Fun time last night for sure. Oh, they loved us in there. I don't know why, but they did. I was like, I'm rocking with Jill. Like, they gonna throw me out of here. They know I'm not supposed to be here.
Sneaking in there.
And there's Brad Miller. As soon as we walk in, Jill goes, "Hey, there's Brad Miller." Like, oh,
that man D'Lo ain't sneaking in nowhere. He is the main eventer, the showstopper.
No, man. Just we're gonna talk about it. We gonna talk about it. We gonna talk about it. Did they have all right, Rob Dub, knock it off. Thank you. I can't lie. I was feeling that jacket. Pretty hard. I was feeling that jacket pretty hard. Good to see the Ricky Starks bit is far from dead. I thought after the interview, like, oh, this will. It was funny.
That just put a rocket on his back.
What was funny? The securing the beam, who I didn't even get to see last night. He took a picture, and as I was looking at it, I was like, who am I talking to? I realized he took a picture at the precise moment Doug was talking shit to me about Ricky Starks. He was like, no, I saw you. I was like, if you thought that was me getting DDT'd, how come you didn't come down to help me? I know you could throw a punch. Oh man, we just sitting here talking crazy, and Chris is in here. What's up, Chris?
Y'all are good. No worries at all. How are you guys doing?
Man, we good, brother.
Good.
We good, man.
Good.
Yeah, we on commercial. Video streams live. Commercial break should be over in about a minute and a half or so.
Okay. All right.
We appreciate you, man. Thanks for joining
absolutely.
us. It's a tremendous story you did on the Kings.
I appreciate that, guys. Thank you.
I saw the tweet last night. Absolutely, get yourself out here for a playoff game, man. Come on, you got to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I haven't been there for games. I was there a couple of weeks ago. It's just, it's a fun atmosphere when there's, relatively speaking, nothing on the line. So I can't imagine what it's like for when there is, an actual playoff series or a playoff game on the line. It feels like a playoff atmosphere just for a lot of regular season games, which is awesome.
Yeah, it was a night last night. Like they were ready to be on TV again. That's for sure. The fans were ready to be on TV again.
I could tell that. I was. I wish they. I mean, I know it's West Coast, so you can't have the game that early. But I wish they'd had the first slot because I feel like a lot of people probably fall asleep waiting for a game that late.
Believe me, brother, I wish they had the first slot too. And it is West Coast time out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's so late. But I mean, I know. Because I used to cover the Knicks, I follow a lot of their fans, and there were so many of them for the first half, 2/3 of that games. Mm-hmm.
Hang on, Chris. I'm so sorry. We're coming back.
No, you're good. You're all good.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on ESPN 1320, 98.5 FM HD2 as well. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Tremendous article written in SI by Chris Herring, who's kind enough to join us talking about the Sacramento Kings. And Chris, you were talking during the commercial break about the incredible atmosphere that you were able to experience when you were out here to see the Sacramento Kings. And I know you put the tweet up. You do got to get out here for a playoff game, man, because it was an atmosphere last night. I'll do you one better. If you can get out here for the first playoff game, I would be willing to bet all of Kenny's money that's an environment that you've never been in before. Like that first playoff game after 16 years is going to be something.
I wouldn't doubt that you're wrong. I mean, it'll be interesting. Just I mean, they played the Knicks last night. I covered the Knicks from 2012 to 2016. So my first year on the beat was a year where they had been they hadn't won a playoff series at that point for I think 12 years. And they were the 2 seed. So it wasn't completely the same as this, but there were some similarities as far as just like nobody expecting them to be as good as they were that year. And the fact that they all of a sudden, it's like if enough things played out a certain way, could they make a run at a title? And, either way, whether it's New York, I might have seen a tweet from me yesterday. There were Knicks fans that were like getting angry with me that I was saying how fun Sacramento's environment is. But I think the commonality between the two is just that it's overdue for certain franchises to have this experience. And I think certainly Sacramento, when you have the longest drought in NBA history, it's overdue. The fans get hungrier and thirstier for that sort of success. And it's well-deserved. And I'm really happy for the Sacramento fans, just like I was happy for the Knicks fans and, 2 years ago when they made it, and we'll be happy for them this year when it'll be 50 years for them since they won their last title.
First of all, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell my man Chris, go blue. You know what it is. I'm not an alum, but I'm a supporter from a long ways away.
Blue.
You know what I mean? Go blue. We always out here. Damien, we out here. What you want to say?
Care.
That guy over there, man, he like that team in Ohio. I can't help him. I tried to help him.
I can't help him with that either.
He's not listening to me. It's neither here nor there. The story you did on the Kings, I thought it was a great story, by the way. That really painted the picture of what's going on here, with you talking to some of the season ticket holders and them kind of talking to you about how ugly it got last year fan wise, right? Like this is a very supportive fan base, obviously, like they love the Kings or whatever. Last year was the first year I can remember people like really upset and just kind of done with it all. They're like, I can't do this no more. And to see this turn around, in 1 year, at least from that moment to where we are now, man, I thought you painted a picture and talked to the right people that kind of showed like where this franchise was in relation to their fan base and how it's got everybody back on board now.
Yeah, I just think it was bad timing when you consider just like the number of things that even for this franchise went wrong. Obviously the Lucas situation is one of those things where you can't afford to draft someone that's not even going to be on your roster 4 years later when you're looking at someone that could be an all-time great in the same conference that you don't take. So there's that aspect of it. And then you basically from that point on, you get right into the teeth of the pandemic. You go a couple of years without having your fans in the seats at all. And then when they come back, you come out of it and, people are going to want to see progress. You have people that are trying to decide whether to put up thousands of dollars a year for a team that hasn't been to the playoffs in a decade and a half. So it was interesting to talk to some of those people. I thought it was really interesting to talk to one of the fans I spoke to, who was someone that even after all that decided to buy season tickets, had wanted to do it for a long time, felt like he'd finally gotten to a place financially where he could make it work, and then convinces his wife to kind of go along for the ride. They get 2 season tickets, and last year was the year they did it. And it's just a frustrating year. It's the year that breaks the record for the playoff drought. It's a year in which they trade maybe the player that most fans are probably most excited about. And obviously now looking at it, people probably feel differently about how that trade looked. Obviously the national media probably influenced the way some people felt about it, how strongly they felt about it. Kind of that thought that just like, why can't we have nice things? Is probably how a lot of the last decade and a half has had to feel. And not even just that, like, why do the nice things sometimes have to be taken away or threatened to be taken away, whether it's the sale of the team or the team moving if the team is sold or what have you. So it has been a hard luck franchise. It's been a franchise that sometimes, depending on who's been running it, gets in its own way a lot of the time and makes mistakes. It's not different than a lot of other franchises in that way. So that's why, again, I'm happy for the fan base, just because it's been a long time coming. It's been a weird year in the sense that there's so much parity in the NBA, but one of the things that's lost when there's a lot of parity. I know the league loves to just have dominant teams kind of run the show in the NBA because it's really good for ratings generally, for as much as people swear that they hate dynasties. But when you get stories like these where teams that have had down times for so long, it's been really, really cool to watch the Kings. And I felt like I was not begging, but on my editors to let me come out as early as November, just because you can see that there was something different about this team, even if they weren't going to be a 2 seed, that they're going to be really, really fun and really, really different than the way that other teams play.
If for whatever reason you haven't read Chris's article on SI yet about the Sacramento Kings, we strongly encourage you to go see it. It's all over our Twitter accounts this morning. It's been all over most of Kings Twitter's timeline over the course of the last couple of days. If for some reason you've been putting it off, please go read it. It's well worth your time. You did say something there. I'm curious your perspective on. You talked about how fun this team is. What is your thought on this Kings offense?
I mean, watching it, and I was saying some of this to you guys off the air, that because of the time that I spent covering the Knicks at the Wall Street Journal for about 4 or 5 years, I follow a lot of their fans on Twitter. A lot of them follow me. It's probably half my following on social media. I've written a book about their 90s teams within the last year and a half.
I believe it's right over your shoulder, right? Blood Garden. That's
yeah. It's called Blood in the Garden. But one of the reasons I've always made a point to follow fans is to make a point to understand how do they feel? Like, what are they feeling in real time? What do they feel when, a Luka, Marvin Bagley situation happens for them? To watch the way that they freaked out when they drafted Kristaps Porzingis at a time where, they're just looking at it and they're thinking Frederick Weiss and they're freaking out about that, to see it in real time. So it was really interesting to, most fan bases don't watch other teams, and even if they get an opportunity to, it's the once or twice a year that they play against the other team. The Kings don't play on national TV, so unless a fan has league pass, they're not going to see the Kings, basically, because of it. It was really eye-opening to watch. I've watched the Kings enough this year. I probably watched them more than anybody else just because of how entertaining they are. It was eye-opening to watch Knicks fans in real time be like, whoa, this Kings offense is like, how do you stop this? Why is Sabonis just getting whatever he wants? And it is a spacing thing. It's a pace thing. It's a screening thing. That offense is legit. It's, it's funny because it's not like they're doing stuff totally differently than other teams do. They're still more or less looking for stuff at the rim and they're looking for threes, but it's just the personnel that they have to do it. It's the fact that they use handoffs the way they do with Sabonis. It's, that with it would be like having a quarterback that can go over the top, but also having like a speedster of a running back that when you go shotgun, you just run the ball right up the gut and you've been playing the pass. So you've got 8 back in coverage and then you run the ball and it's like, well, what do you do at that point? That's how it must feel to defend this defense because you're so spread out all the time, trying to contain Murray, trying to contain Herter, who's going to pull up from 30 and it's going to have 20-point quarters. And then you've got Fox that just can kind of burrow through any hole or dribble past anybody like we saw last night. So, and that doesn't even take into account Sabonis. It doesn't take into account Harrison Barnes and what he can do. It's just a really fun, dynamic offense. And I don't think anybody saw them being this successful, but they leaned in a lot to the handoff stuff. Even Keegan Murray did not play in an offense that made use of handoffs in college. And this has been an education for him, but talking to him for this story, I didn't even quote him in it, but he was just talking about how much fun it is to play in this offense and how obviously well he fits in it. I think he has the highest effective field goal percentage in the league of anybody that has 2 or 2.5 handoffs a game or whatever it is for him. More than Steph Curry, more than Herter, who was leading the league for a while. For someone that did not play that scheme in college to be at the top of the leaderboard and that as a rookie who's just playing with this group for the first time is really intriguing and makes this team really fun to watch on offense. But obviously there are 2 sides to the ball game, so there's that part of it too.
And one thing I'm so happy the way you explained it, because you explained why it's fun for a fan. But what Kenny and I have been talking about for the last month here at this point is it might be fun for a fan, but this offense is dangerous. That's what this offense truly is. It's dangerous and it's going to beat you. we read through all of these different clips of them talking about, oh, they got to get better defensively. Got to get better defensively. We're 65 games into the season, 66. They're not getting better defensively. Their offense is going to beat you. That's what it comes down to. The offense is going to beat you.
Yeah. And Chris, I was watching that game, and I was watching with Damian last night, and I looked and I said, poor Julius Randle. This guy, they had Julius Randle running all over the place, chasing Kevin Huerter on dribble handoffs, and he was working his little butt off. You know what I mean? Like, he was putting in the effort. That's not a knock on him, but I know he probably is like, this isn't what I normally do on the defensive end, is chase these guards around.
I thought Mitchell Robinson was going to throw up.
Yeah, Mitchell Robinson was gassed.
He was hunched over on the sideline. I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah, and it kind of spoke to the stress that this offense seems to put on teams, especially if you're not like used to seeing them. Like the Knicks seen them one time before, Fox didn't play. But if you're not used to it, I mean, it could take a while to get used to and trying to figure some things out.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it's kind of, I would say, from like the end of that Jordan era to now, for the most part, generally speaking, when you've talked about up-tempo teams, they've been teams from the West. Now, sometimes it's been because you've got a Denver that pre-Jokic era, they had an incentive to run because they've got the altitude and they just can wear you out running up and down because they're kind of used to it, and the Eastern Conference teams aren't. They only play there once a year. And to that point, the Knicks, I want to say up until maybe last year or the year before that, I think they just recently broke that stretch of they'd had so many consecutive losses in Utah for like 15 years. I want to say they hadn't beaten Denver in Denver up until a couple years ago. So obviously, the quality of those teams has been more consistent than what it's been in Sacramento, or maybe it's been consistent in Sacramento over the years, but not in a positive sense. So that streak was not alive that way. But I've watched them have their struggles against Sacramento at times too, just because they play at a certain pace and it's different than an Eastern Conference pace. It's not always grinded out in the Eastern Conference. I'm sorry, it's not always grounded out in the Western Conference. And so it's a more wide open game, and Sacramento is as wide open as it gets. So it will be interesting because of that, from the standpoint of they've got to get better on defense. They've got to get better on defense. You can win a lot of regular season games that way. I'm quite curious to see who they draw in the first round and what that looks like, because I think that the defensive concerns are fair to have, because we're not used to seeing teams that give up 175 points in a game win a playoff series. Let's just be honest. It's worth watching and worth wondering about, because we're not used to seeing teams give up 6 offensive rebounds or whatever it was on that possession yesterday. Yeah. It's a team that has flaws. It's very clear that they have flaws, but they also have such an explosive offense to where if they won a round, maybe even 2, depending on who they drew in the second round, like, it wouldn't be the craziest thing. But also, regardless of whether you think their defense needs work or not, I think most people do, it's not common to watch a team potentially lock down a number 2 seed and not expect them to win a round or 2. So that's what's really kind of strange about the situation too, is that people have just kind of assumed that they're going to fall out of one of those spots. But like, who's going to take them out of that spot at this point? Ja is going to miss more time in Memphis, maybe even beyond these 4 games that they've talked about. Phoenix isn't going to get Durant back for a few weeks. The Warriors are kind of a mystery still, just as far as their inability to win on the road. There's a lot going on, man. Like, it's very feasible that the Kings, even with a tougher schedule in the second half of the year, it's very plausible that they could finish in the top 2 or 3. And we keep hearing about how teams would love to draw them because of the inexperience and because of the lack of defense. But I still don't think anybody's like looking forward to playing against that offense. I really don't.
Chris, you mentioned the trade, the Tyrese Halliburton, Domantas Sabonis trade last year, and then you mentioned Jokic a minute ago. Is Domas underappreciated? Someone who covers the entire league, do you think he's underappreciated?
Yes. And it honestly, even what I was just saying a few minutes ago about the way that the Knicks fans that I follow were like, what, like, someone please do something to stop Sabonis. And it's like, this is kind of what he does. And I think he's a good player anyway, but I think in this offense, he's great because there's just so much space for him. And it's kind of, he gets himself into trouble a little bit sometimes because I get the impression, I should have asked him directly or Mike Brown directly, like, is your MO just to like kind of barrel into guys because there's only generally going to be one guy back there to stop you? And at that point, you just kind of trust your one-on-one ability with your back to the basket. He just bumps guys until they're underneath the basket and they can't stop him anymore. But the spacing in their offense is such to where he has the ability to do that mostly every play. He gets a lot of offensive fouls because he gets in foul trouble damn near every game I watch, which for this team is a real problem because there just isn't a lot of depth to it. But it's that aspect. It's the fact that he is as physical as he is with these handoffs and with his screens. It's the fact that he is a great passer, and he leads the league in rebounds. He leads the league in double doubles. Like, you can't do those things without being in the all NBA conversation, particularly for a team that is the second seed right now. And even for the knocks on defense, which they're fair. He's not a perfect defender. He's far from that. They are pretty deficient in defending the rim. But looking at his advanced numbers with that, they're better with him on the court defensively, one. And two, he holds shooters under their averages in terms of their average shooting percentage when they're within proximity of the rim and he's defending it. So he is underappreciated. I mean, I was thinking last night as I was watching the game, on some level, like, do you kind of have to slot him in as your third team center for all NBA? I think it'll be an interesting conversation if Anthony Davis is healthy the rest of the year and gets the Lakers into the play-in without LeBron really getting much of a chance to come back here from this latest injury. It'll be interesting because Anthony Davis has been putting up MVP level numbers.
Yeah,
he's been healthy this year. So it'll be, I'm always kind of on the fence about that. Someone that is healthy for the most part, or I know Sabonis has not been healthy. He's had the thumb all year, but like if someone plays every night and they're really, really, really good, borderline great versus someone that is great and plays 25, 20 less games, whatever that is, how do you rate that? Some people feel like it should just be the best player for the year, and that almost it should be like a yearbook of who the three best players at every position were, the three best centers were that season. I'll probably give thought to it, but I mean, if you're just looking at availability and how well someone's performed within that availability, he's been the third best center in the league this year. I don't think it's even much up for debate at that point. So he's underappreciated by the league. I think the Kings are as a whole. I was stunned that De'Aaron Fox didn't make the All-Star team in the initial go-round before he was an injury replacement, particularly with the clutch scoring, particularly with just the team at the time being in third place. Like, you know, it was a little bit shocking to me, but I get it. And again, it doesn't help the case for these guys when they're not on national TV at all. And, you know, I hope that even if they flame out in the first round, I hope very much that they get a lot of games next year just because they're entertaining to watch. They're fun to watch. They obviously have been a good team this year. They've got some fun personalities. Their coach speaks candidly, win or lose, in the middle of the game, after a win that was seen by a lot of people in the country. So, you know, I hope we get to see more of them. I think it'll help with the exposure for All-Star stuff too, and voting stuff, frankly, as well.
You're watching this team on Christmas next year, Chris. I'm telling you that. Boy, you watching the Kings on Christmas next year.
A little gumbo and the Kings on Christmas Day.
They're gonna have to win. They're gonna. I would be stunned if that happens if they don't win at least a round, maybe two. I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. I would love to see more matchups that are stylistic. That matchup last night was really fun, and you know, there's a narrative there just between two of the hottest teams in the NBA. Two teams that have kind of been down the longest, that when they're good and when they're humming, that their fan bases are into it. It makes the league better. I would prefer that to them trying to rehash this Trae Young thing from 2 years ago that like Knicks fans care about him. Okay, like let's wait until the Hawks are like legitimately good repeatedly. And also that series wasn't that close. Like his other thing, that series wasn't good. So, I feel like we're so desperate for rivalries. I think we very much have something real with the Grizzlies and the Warriors disliking each other. I think we have the Celtics and the Bucks that had their series last year. I think is deserving to kind of tap into that. But if we don't have any other better ones for now, other than player rivalries, whether it's Chris Paul and Steph or LeBron and KD, who have not played against each other in a long time, by the way, we might as well just lean into matchups that'll be fun or that could be fun. I think they're trying to lean into Jokic and Embiid now at this point, but just give me good team matchups. I don't really need the other ones that they're just trying to make fetch happen with certain matchups that just aren't good, quite frankly.
Yeah, get the Mavs out of here.
Yeah,
you could probably get Memphis out of here too, to be honest with you. But they ain't gonna get them both out of there. So
we're gonna have to see if a certain somebody makes his way back. If he's not gonna be there, I guarantee you that the NBA as a whole would lose interest in that market very fast. As far as showing them on TV, if he's not going to be playing. So
great stuff, Chris. We can't thank you enough for joining us. We can't thank you enough for that article, man. And we hope to see you come playoff time, man. Again, we appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, guys. You guys be well.
Yeah, indeed. That's Chris Herring right there. SI. If you haven't, again, for whatever reason, if you have not read the article over on SI across all of our social media pages, it's on there. If you don't want to go do the Google search, just check out ESPN's Twitter page, check out mine, check out Kenny's. It's there. Really, really great insight from Chris on Domas, the Kings. He had an opportunity to be around them a little bit. I saw him crowdsourcing on Twitter a few weeks back, and he put together a masterpiece, and you said it beautifully. If covers were still a thing, there would be De'Aaron Fox, the return of the Kings, right there on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, man, really cool to see that. In talking to him and hearing you speak as well, got me thinking about some stuff with this team, man.
Thinking.
Got me thinking about some stuff with this team, and hey, man, this group could be special. My stance. I'm a broken record at this point. We could talk about the defense all we want, and it's all fair. Who's stopping these guys?
Yeah, that's what it boils down to, and I think it's the point I was trying to make with Chris right there. If you just replace the word fun with dangerous, you have the fan perspective and an opponent perspective. It's not cute. That's not what this Sacramento Kings offense is. That's not what this Sacramento Kings story is. It's not cute. It's not like, oh, yay, they did it. No, this is a team that is here to whoop your ass. And if you can't stop, this team gave up 17 more shots that New York had last night? Guess what number they didn't hit last night? Guess what? Kenny Caraway number.
They only got 10 threes.
And won.
And put up 122.
They keep finding ways to win games. They didn't hit your 3-point number. They gave up 17 more shots. They gave up 23 offensive rebounds, and they still scored 122 points and won.
Think about what you just said, too. The number was 23, the offensive rebounds?
23.
That's 23 less possessions than they should have had. Or if you want to say, hey, they'll give up some offensive rebounds, just split it in half somewhere. That's not a half number. But that's like 12 to 13 possessions that they didn't have, that they probably should have had. And they still score 122.
You could extend it a little bit further. You know how truly absurd that stat is? The Kings, because we were watching this very closely, the Kings out-rebounded the Knicks 25-23 in the first half. It ended at 58-42. That's a second half difference of 35-17 in favor of the New York Knicks. And they lost. Go ahead.
And like I said, the number is still the number. Everything that we just talked about, they still put 122 on their head.
Y'all can think this is cute. Go ahead, let Chuck. Oh, it's a good story. Oh, it's fun. Yeah, that's and then with Minnesota gets slapped in the mouth first game because they think this is a fun, cute offense. Oh, they're going to learn.
They're going to learn.
Furious Style said they're going to learn.
And here's the other thing about it before we get out of here. This is something that could wear you down. Like, you try Julius Randle, poor Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson. You try and keep up with these dudes for 6-7 games?
Mm-hmm.
What's your legs going to look like at the end of this series? And the Kings.
I'm telling you, Mitchell
James
Robinson was about to vomit on the court.
And James Ham said it. This is probably the best conditioned team in the league. They're built to go 7 games.
Yeah, they practicing today. James posting videos of them practicing. You'll hear from Domas. We're gonna run the Mike Brown Mike Brown on De'Aaron Fox sound back because I really want to get everyone's opinion on that. Hunter Patterson, we're just going to keep rolling. We got Hunter Patterson up next, Anthony Slater. After that, so much more ahead here. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay. Yeah. Come on, let's go, Chip.
Yeah.
Let's go. Shawn Michaels at the first Hell in a Cell. I'm sorry, guys. I had the.
Shawn Michaels on NXT the other day.
You watched NXT?
I don't know why it was on. I don't know why it was on. But I saw him. He was part of somebody's promo. Like he was on. Somebody had like a Miz TV type segment, and he was the guest. And the guy was like getting on Sean's head.
Did he grow his hair back?
Sean don't wrestle. I don't think he can grow because like once you do that, you run the risk of it not coming back. I don't think it grows back here.
Yeah.
Dr. David, I'll be there pretty early next week. Yeah. I'm gonna have to. I got to figure out. We went over a little bit of what the setup is gonna be like, but I do need to check with our engineers and make sure. We've also discussed purchasing a few things that take the broadcast to the next level. So yeah, we got some good things on the way. But to answer your question, Dr. David, yes, we'll absolutely be there early for sure. If you're watching, man, please, if you're watching, the only people that can hear this are the ones that are watching. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, please. We'd greatly appreciate it. Shout out to the 0 people that are watching on Facebook. Shout out to John Bull, Warren, David, and Matt, who at least went over to Facebook to hit the thumbs up.
Cole, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, just hit the thumbs up. That's all. So thumbs up and subscribe on YouTube.
I was just gonna say Coldwater 02 said the Kings are stopping themselves with their defense. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I think the fourth quarter, like stepping up in the fourth quarter, really helps, and I think that's most important.
And what was the number 10th best defensive efficiency in the fourth? Was that it?
I think that's what it was, 9th or 10th. And last night game got tight. They were giving up offensive rebound. I'll tell you when they stopped giving up offensive rebounds in crunch time, they got every rebound they needed to get. They got stops that they needed to get in crunch time.
Yeah.
I don't think the Knicks got an offensive rebound in the final 6 minutes of the game.
I gotta lower my voice because Hunter's here.
Man, what's up, y'all?
What's up, Hunter?
Oh, man,
See,
this dude, man.
See. Wait till Hunter figure out he can make like $2,000 recording a 30-second commercial. Just wait till Hunter figure that out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like y'all. I'm gonna have to get like y'all one day.
Coming up next, it's it's the Isley brothers. In between the sheets here. On 1,320. 132.0. I don't know how you do it. What's going on, man? How are you, Hunter? You good?
I'm doing well. I appreciate y'all having me. How are y'all?
Oh, always, bro. Always.
Great work as usual by yourself, man.
That was a fun story, man. We got to get Sean and his guy to come hang out with us.
Yeah, that would be really cool. But I appreciate y'all though. That means a lot. It was a lot of fun kind of getting that together.
Indeed. Were you there? I didn't see you last night. You weren't there last night, were you?
Nah, I'm actually in Connecticut right now.
Word.
My girl lives out here. We just made like 2 years 2 days ago. So
okay, air horns for that, man.
Yeah, I'll let him ride.
Love, man. I love.
What part of Connecticut are you in?
I'm in Bristol. She's working here at ESPN. So
Oh, right on, man. There
Yeah.
you go.
Is Bristol as bad as they say it is, as far as like nothing out there?
No, it's just the campus. Like
basically, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I also come from like the Bay Area, and so I went to school in LA for 5 years. So,
so it's really bad for you.
basically, in not so many words, yeah.
I mean, your best bet is like West Hartford, which is probably 20-30 minutes away, I think, from Bristol, maybe a little bit further, but
something like that. Yeah,
that's your best bet.
Connecticut, I went to,
and that's like going to Arden Way. that's what that's like going to.
Because my cousin lived in Bridgeport, and we went to
very different part of Connecticut.
Bridgeport is
very different part.
We went to, where did we go? Maybe we went to Hartford.
You'd probably know if you went to Hartford because it looks like a downtown area.
Yeah.
That's what Hartford looks like.
At this point, that was a long time ago. That was like 12 years ago.
Yeah, Hartford just straight up looked like okay, hang on, Hunter. We're coming back here.
All right.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. As we welcome in our brother over at The Athletic, Hunter Patterson.
Yeah, man.
I do that when Hunter joins us because he's one of the few people who makes me insecure about my voice. After he starts talking, and it's like, man, Hunter's vocals are a gold mine, boy. Well, you got that raspy New York sound like that. That's got its own charm to it.
Man, I do appreciate y'all having me.
Oh, we got you, man. We got you.
Per usual, I love being on here with y'all, so I appreciate it.
No doubt, man. And we love reading your work. As the Sacramento Kings approach 40 wins, Hunter said, yo, I got an idea. And this was a really fun, creative story as you went and got with our man Sean, who is now famous for leaving the Chase Center, talking about 40 wins this year, baby. 40 wins this year. And one of my favorite things about that was obviously people poked fun of it, saying they're not going to get 40 wins, all of this. And then the NBA people who were like, do they know that's under 500? And it's like, yes, we know, like we're aware. And Sean took that, wore that, and he's become this. We've mentioned him all year. Our guys leaving the Chase Center, and you wrote a tremendous story on it, man. Tell us how all that came together.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all. But it was pretty much purely based on curiosity. I had seen it like last summer on the timeline, probably like everyone else had. And I kind of thought like, okay, if they make some noise or even get close to 40 wins, I would definitely want to reach out to him and kind of tell his story a little bit. So he knew what he was talking about. And here we are, reached out to him. I wanted to get a few people in the piece who have kind of seen some of the highs and lows of this organization. So it was a really fun experience.
Yeah, man, that was a cool moment. I remember when that video came out and everybody else, outside of Sacramento making fun of the guys like Damian said. And us Kings fans, we loved it. Mm-hmm. We wrapped our arms around those guys, man. We're like, yo, bookmark this video, man. These guys, we love these guys, man. We're gonna keep taps on them and all this other stuff. I know one of them hit me up like, oh, we love this show. We heard you talking about it. We loved all that, man. And it was just, it was just really fun, for a team that at that time hadn't won anything, a fan base who hadn't been able to see success. They saw some games at the California Classic, and they were hyped about the young rookie that they saw, man. And it was authentic and it was genuine. And I thought you kind of brought that to life through your story.
Yeah, right on. And I think it helps when you're in a place like Sac, because I haven't experienced basketball in a ton of cities. I'm from the Bay Area, so I got to see Warriors growing up and things. But this fan base is so passionate about the Kings and have wanted something to root for almost, as far as winning is concerned, but for almost about 20 years now. So there's so many stories that you can key in on off the court with Kings fans and people in the community. And I like kind of highlighting those areas.
How does he feel like the fact that the team, we're getting 40 wins, baby, but we're getting them with a month left in the season? Like, did you talk to him about how this team is performing right now?
Yeah, he said he actually felt like he might have lowballed him a little bit. He was like, maybe I should have said 50, but he was like, it might have been a bit of a reach. So he was pretty, as you said, that's below 500. So he was realistic with his goals, and looking back now, he can say this team exceeded him.
You know, you also had a line in that story that stuck out to me, that something that myself and Damian talk about often. You know, we talk about the glory years of the early 2000s and 2002, and he was on the radio when that game was the game 7 was being played. I was right down South Sac and went to Bel Air, and it just was so sad all over the place. We lived it.
Yeah.
Chu talked about how he just remembers his dad being upset. He was like 6 years old.
Right.
There's a whole generation of Kings fans that have no idea, literally no idea, what a good Kings team looks like, and they're experiencing that for the very first time. That's another thing that's really cool to see.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of a part of that group a little bit. I remember, and I was lucky enough to be about like an hour drive away from Sac. So I remember I was a huge Bibby fan growing up. So I love Mike Bibby, C Webb. I remember, if y'all remember, C Webb actually had the restaurant out there.
Center court, man.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We ate bad food many times to support Chris Webber. Many times.
Right.
Earlier than we wanted to at center court. Plenty of times.
Yeah, you had to duck out at the right time, or you were ducking behind a car. That's just the way it was.
But so I have like certain memories of those teams, but it's cool for me to be able to see them in this competitive fashion.
Yeah, man, it's and last night was such a reminder of what a great season this is, and the fact that it's finally getting closer to an end. The regular season is getting closer to an end. You know, that you could tell in Mike Brown's tone last night in his press conference. We've evolved from, hey, this is fun, hey, this is cute, hey, we've got some business coming up that we've never had to take care of before, and it's going to be an entire shift in mentality. I think the national media's expectations are kind of going to remain the same, as Chris Herring was just telling us. People are going to expect them to fall in the first round. But I bet if you ask those people, why do you think they're going to fall in the first round, they wouldn't be able to give you an answer.
Right.
Because this team scores, man. Like, this team is good.
Yeah, and I think the only reason I could see for someone saying that is just lack of experience. But if you kind of go down the roster a bit, Harrison has experience in the playoffs. Domas hasn't been able to get out of the first round yet, but he's been there before. And Mike, obviously, he has a coaching staff full of people who Leandro Barbosa, he's had plenty of experience in certain situations. So these guys are, I think, built to kind of weather the storm a bit with experience, but obviously there's only so much until you get there.
Yeah. What do you think? Is there something outside of defense that may be an Achilles heel for this team? Like, is it, is it something on the offensive end? Is it size? I know if I say rebounding, that's still kind of defense, but were they exposed last night for not having enough size against some teams potentially in the playoffs? Like, what do you think, aside from just the normal, they got to play better defense? Is there another possible Achilles heel for this team?
I think it's the lack of an enforcer, really, because I don't think what happened last night happens if you have someone on the court who really takes pride in, okay, you have gotten like 4 or 5 offensive rebounds on me. I am not about to let you get another one. So I don't know if I think the offense is fine. They have breakdowns like everyone else. Defensively, I think we all know they're still working to where they want to be. There's plenty of lapses there, but I think this team is extremely nice, which works, but I do think that someone may have to step up in one way or another to be an enforcer and make sure they're taking pride in the little things.
Hunter, you flew all the way to Connecticut to see your girl. You better get off the radio with us, man.
I am here, so
we got a good 10 minutes, and you're gonna start getting a look, man. So we're gonna let you go spend time with the loved ones, man. Great work as always, and we'll definitely connect when you get back, man. We appreciate you, Hunter.
Cool. Likewise, I appreciate y'all, fellas.
That's our man, Hunter Patterson, right there. The Athletic does such a great job over there. And this is a really, really fun story talking about Sean Schuh. So go check that out when you get the opportunity to. There's more things I want to dive into. Like, we haven't talked about Malik. I don't know. Have we talked about Kevin Lyles? We talked about Kevin Lyles yet?
Man, I saw him at Young Thug's court hearing, man. He
Oh,
was just trying to, you know, take care of the young fella and see if he could at least get him out on bail or whatever, but it didn't. Oh, wait a minute. Kevin Lyles. Kevin Lyles isn't a Sacramento Kings player?
No, he's not.
Oh.
They was talking about him.
Okay.
How did we call that? How the hell did we call that? How did we know it was going to be Trey Lyles?
So my thinking is that Trey Lyles is an unknown enough to where he'll have a good game, but people don't know him.
He's so like nondescript too.
So if you're gonna get one wrong, it's gonna be the bench guy who went for 15. Nobody knows talking crap, but nobody. Yeah, you know.
That's a good call.
They got to be better.
That was Jamal too.
That was Jamal, man. I thought Jamal did a good job. I watched him on Inside. I thought he did a good job. I see him on Tuesdays on his. He's good at what he does. I'm gonna just chalk that up because I think Jamal. I feel like Jamal watches the league, so I'm gonna just chalk that up.
I think he does too. Talking is difficult, as we can attest to.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it always happen to us though?
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Y'all ain't getting no Warriors names wrong. Y'all ain't getting the Grizzlies wrong.
That's the thing. You can't be escaped, man. It only happens to the Kings, man.
We need 2 more for a starting 5. We got Keegan Bradley. We got Kevin Lyles, Terrence Harris III.
I don't think there's another potential one out there to get
Chimezie
wrong.
Metu goes for 20 points on a national TV game.
Metu, you might get a Chimezie.
I mean, where do we Chimezie?
I mean, I don't know, because they're not going to get Kevin Herter wrong. They're not going to get Harrison wrong.
Where do we put Twitter still putting Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield on the headline of Kings versus Knicks?
That probably falls more on Elon than anybody else. That's just a poorly run company.
Come on, man. What are we doing? They have Buddy Hield on there. Kings versus Knicks. Watch now to see Buddy Hield.
You think if Kessler Edwards shows up in a game and stops somebody, they'd get that wrong?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because he didn't really play for Brooklyn, so he'd be new to them.
They definitely get that wrong. I could see
they'd
them
call
saying,
him, what's the rookie's name? Walker Kessler?
Walker Kessler.
That's what they give him a Walker Kessler.
I could see them saying Donovan Mitchell.
Well, I do that. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. But of course, that's an easy one.
That's what it is.
That's an easy one because they're obviously not going to get Delly wrong. Like Delly's been on the big stage. Yeah, that's the end of it. But Malik and Trey had a hell of a game. Trey Lyles, those dudes had games last night. I want to talk more about what they did. If you don't mind, though, I want to run this sound a second time. We didn't really get an opportunity to talk about this, and for the benefit of those who are just tuning in, a big part of today's discussion is not only the fact that the Sacramento Kings beat the New York Knicks last night, but more specifically, the fact that Mike Brown had a response to that game last night, and maybe not the response you'd expect. This particular piece, courtesy of James Ham, he's speaking specifically about De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, when I speak on Fox, I'm talking about the level he can get to. He's already a great player. He's done things to help us win in the fourth quarter, but he's got a chance to be elite. I'm telling you, I've been around, and that for those guys, the competitive spirit shows all the time. You know what I'm saying? And it shows at an elite level all the time. He's good enough to go out there and play and still be impactful and effective. But it's my job to try to push him to be as great as he can be. And he's not even really scratching the surface of how great he can be. He's heading in the right direction, but he's still got a ways to go. And when he does, look out. Look out. That's all I can say.
Coach Mike Brown right there on De'Aaron Fox.
I mean, I love it. I agree. I think he's speaking more to like his mentality and the way he goes about the game and his approach to not the game of basketball, but like an actual game, like maybe pacing himself or consistent defense or consistent taking care of the basketball. I think that's what he's speaking to. And I don't think he's wrong. I think there's another level to his actual game. Like I think he can improve. The next step is him improving the 3-point shot. And he's shown enough with how he shoots in the mid-range to make me believe that he can improve that shot. And if he's able to do that, I mean, I think he's averaging like 25 right now. We could be talking about a 28, 29 point per game score. I think the way the offense is with Sabonis, as long as he's here, I think the assist opportunities aren't going to be there for him to be like a 10 assist guy. Like I remember we used to always talk about John Wall. I think John Wall was like 19 and 10 at one time. I don't know if De'Aaron is going to be able to get to 10 assists a night, but he can up his scoring to, like I said, 27, 28, 29 points a game. He's already doing one of the things we asked him to do is be a better free throw shooter. That alone could put points on his average, and he's able to do that. Like I said, the next step would be hitting that long ball. And yeah, if he can add that to his game.
I'm going to ask you this. Just you. I'm not asking anybody else because everybody else is a smart ass and you're the only one who's not a smart ass, which is wild. Can he beat Westbrook? Maybe minus the rebounding part.
I was about to say he doesn't rebound.
But could he beat Westbrook?
You know what? When there was a play a couple years ago, he still had his hair. And you probably remember it where it was like ball got taken out of bounds. Jazz scored, ball got taken out of bounds, and De'Aaron got down the floor in like 2 seconds, dunked and yelled. And I remember my cousin, my man Ace, he was like, yo, and this was like prime Westbrook, right? And he was like, yo, that looked like Westbrook. You know, and you see his game and you see stuff like the 2 dunks last night. You know, where
that baseline one was,
come on, man,
Lord,
come on. It's just the quickness, the explosiveness at the rim. They can't, when Westbrook was in his prime, you couldn't stay in front of him. Like, not only was he like big and strong, and I think Westbrook is bigger and stronger than Fox was, but he was super quick. You couldn't stay in front of him. You couldn't keep him from getting to the bucket. De'Aaron Fox has that type of ability. He has that type of, like, he can do all this stuff without a screen.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to like denigrate the basketball player. I'm just kind of comparing like what we see visually. Ja does a lot of this stuff with the Steven Adams screens and stuff like that. And he does. He's quick enough to not do it, but he does a lot of his damage on the pick and roll where he uses his quickness either get all the way to the cup or get that little floater in the lane that he's perfected so well. He uses the screen a lot. De'Aaron does a lot of this stuff without the screen. It's just one-on-one. Josh Hart is a hell of a defender.
Yeah.
He was feeling great about himself last night, and he had no answer for De'Aaron Fox last night. No answer. It was a chair standing in front of De'Aaron Fox last night when he decided to go.
So Sam Amick, this caught my attention. Sam Amick wrote a article titled "How Will NBA's Wild Western Conference Play Out? What to Make of KD's Suns, Kyrie, and Luka, and more." Well, Sammy, I'm looking for the and more. I'm still scrolling. Still scrolling. There's a this is a very in-depth article. So Sammy got in his bag with this one. Sammy got in his bag. I'm still scrolling, by the way. This is a shoot for those that are on the radio. I'm still scrolling.
Oh my God.
He's written about
one of those old Bill Simmons joints he used to write.
He's written about the Clippers, the Nuggets. He's written about the Lakers. Can Zion save the Pelicans? We're on to the Pelicans now. Minnesota. We've got a Minnesota reference. The Grizzlies. I think he's just going to touch on every team before we get to Sacramento. He did not write about Sacramento.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sam was in the building last night.
Sam was definitely. I had to have missed it.
So Sam's in the building a lot of the night. He watches the Kings. He know what the Kings are doing.
Okay, hold on. Denver has been dominant. In the number 2 spot. The Beam team, Sacramento Kings, have benefited greatly from the fact that their all-star duo of De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis have proven to be special, while, wait for it, also being available almost every time out. Most teams haven't been so lucky. He did not write in-depthly about the Kings. Kyrie and Luka, KD and the Suns, Westbrook and the Clippers. Sammy really was in his bag. I'm still scrolling. I'm not just sitting here quietly.
I'm sitting here looking.
The LeBron-less Lakers, and then there's the Pelicans, Minnesota, and the Grizzlies.
Oh, okay.
Damn, it be your own people.
It'd be your own people.
Damn.
Be your own people. That's all right. That's all right. They all gonna have to write. They all gonna have to write about the Kings soon enough.
All sorts of breakdowns in here. I couldn't, but maybe he's doing a separate Kings article because the Kings are so good. He just needed more bandwidth. The devil is in the data, or something like that, as Sammy says. All right. Or because he didn't write about Denver either. He's so confident in Denver and Sacramento. He ain't got to write about them. Denver, Sacramento, they certified. And now that I say that out loud, slightly tongue-in-cheek, he is writing about the Kyrie Luka experiment. He is writing about the addition of Russell Westbrook.
Everybody made a change.
He is writing about the Lakers playing right now without LeBron James. Whatever's going on in Minnesota and whenever Karl Anthony Towns will be back.
Wasn't really changed there, but okay.
But they haven't really played together.
Yeah.
And then the mess that is New Orleans and different types of, very different types of messes. New Orleans, in which no one can seem to be healthy. Memphis, which is just Memphis, where they only get up, I guess, to play the Golden State Warriors. They puff their chest out to play the Warriors, and that's about it. All right, Sammy. It's all good. It's all love, Sammy. I see what you did there. Kings are certified.
Did you see that? I know you did. The interaction with Draymond and,
of course, I did.
Dillon Brooks.
I saw the interaction with Draymond and Dillon Brooks. I saw their post-game remarks with Draymond. I did pop when Dillon said, "Keep blogging." I don't know why, but I found that remark very funny. There's literally nothing funny about it. But when he told Draymond Green to keep blogging, I not like LOL, like I laughed. I thought that was funny. And I do not like Dillon Brooks at all.
These dudes, man.
If they're doing nothing else but talking, it's entertaining.
It's entertaining. It is entertaining. It is. Still stand by what I said.
Draymond Green is not Tony Yayo.
Okay, so is he 50?
He's not 50.
Is he Lloyd? See, that's the other thing about these comparisons. Like,
well, here's the thing.
There's 3 guys in the group.
Here's what
he's not the top 2.
Here's what throws Draymond out of everything is I keep forgetting Kevin Durant was there. Like, because Steph was 50. And then whether people like it or not, Kevin Durant was 50.
Yeah.
If we're sticking with this analogy.
Yeah.
And you could argue Steph let him be 50. Well, that's fine too.
Steph moved into the Lloyd Banks role.
Kevin Durant was the best player in the league. He was certainly the best player on that team. I always forget that he was there, which drops Draymond down to 4th. I think he's important. I think he's more important than you give him credit for. But
he's important.
It's freaking Kevin Durant.
Yeah, he's and just like I ain't crazy about him. I didn't kind of fell off the whole bandwagon. But I ain't really crazy about Dillon Brooks, but he's important to what Memphis does when they're winning, when they're playing good basketball. He's hit or miss sometimes. That's what makes him Dillon Brooks. It's crazy sometimes out there.
Isn't that the similarities between the two?
Yeah,
that they're hit or miss, and I mean, there was a time where Draymond was really an absurd ball player at one time. He used to be able to do some really special things. It didn't last particularly long, and he can't do those anymore.
Right,
and that's all right. That happens. I don't know that Dillon Brooks could ever do the things that Draymond Green could do, but they're very similar in many aspects.
And they fit the groups that they're with.
Yeah.
Dillon Brooks fits with what Memphis likes to do culturally and as a basketball team. And same with Draymond Green.
Ren and Yellow were important.
They were important. They weren't the headliners.
They weren't Cube, Dre, or Easy.
People get so offended. Like I said, would you tell me he's 50?
Well, yeah, but there's a steep drop off from Lloyd Banks to Tony Yayo. I think that's the problem. Like those that know that know.
Young Buck, is that better?
No, you got to find a different group.
That's
you got to find a different group.
There is.
You got to find a different group.
It's not. It's not Tribe Called Quest. They're not all great. They're not all on the same level.
No, they're not.
There is,
That's,
whether people like it or not, there is a drop off between Steph and Draymond. There is.
I understand that, but there's a really steep drop off between Lloyd Banks and Tony Yayo. All right, Jesse. Hey, stop telling me what to do, Jesse. God, we'll be back. Anthony Slater of The Athletic joins us. We got James Ham at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Much more ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'll be down if we miss a break for Tony Yayo.
Ever since Jesse said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I've just blown through these commercial breaks like
there's Danny back in here.
Yeah. Where's Danny in San Francisco when you need him? It
does.
To be clear, I do think it does.
Oh no, it does.
Need to stop.
Dipset.
Tony Yayo getting us to break 90 seconds.
So who was Draymond and Dipset? Because this really goes by.
So
I think Jim Jones is bigger than Joel Santana.
Really?
Yeah. Like he's lasted longer. Like it like for me, I'll put it to you like this. I'm gonna say non-KD. If KD isn't around, it'd be disrespectful if I said Draymond was Freaky Zeke. Right? That's disrespectful. He ain't Freaky Zeke. He could be Joel's.
I'm all right with Joel
Cam
Santana.
is.
I was just
Steph
more.
is
I wasn't even thinking about the Warriors. I was just more stuck on the thought that Jim Jones was bigger than Joel Santana.
Yeah, I think he surpassed him.
Okay.
You guys,
Joel's was just around for a minute and a half.
Yeah.
You guys see Dillon Brooks has the worst shooting percentage in the league, like among qualified players.
What is it?
38%. Like he's literally the worst. Like he's the last player.
Wow.
That's terrible.
Wow. Goodness gracious.
Oh, Dylan. You used
saw
to like
Drapes
Dylan
for a little bit last night.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't see Drapes yesterday.
Yeah,
Drapes at the
he
night
left.
off.
Yeah, he left. We talked for a little bit. And then he went home. He wanted to watch the game with his kids.
That's what's up.
Check your phone. I like this. I'm not 100% sure.
I like the black one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I guess what I'm not sure. Just Sorry, guys. We're looking at some dope ones, logos, some stuff he's putting together for us for next week.
The thing is, you like the one. I don't dislike it.
It's
like the black one better.
You like the black one better, you said.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what this is.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, is that going on one of these things over here? Or?
What's on there? There's no D'Lo and KC. Okay, so they use the old block logo right there.
No.
Live on the Odyssey app. Live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. That's great for vanity purposes, but more importantly, it's like an Instagram like. It throws us in the algorithm. We can't stress enough how much the YouTube channel has helped D'Lo and Casey grow on the radio. It introduced a whole new audience.
Just a reminder for those that did not know, this time next week, we won't be in these studios.
Yeah, it's going to be a movie. We'll be at Sky River Casino, our first ever live broadcast. Next Friday, we'll be doing the entire 4-hour show. 1 week from today, we'll have all the games on around us. You won't miss anything. You'll be able to hear the entire show. The Chatty House is coming in full force, man. It's going to be exciting. Sky River Casino next week.
It's gonna be a real good time.
Our man Anthony Slater of The Athletic with us
pull
here
up too.
now. Anthony, you go to casinos? You a gambler?
Where is Sky River the one in Folsom?
That's Elk Grove.
Oh, my bad. Elk Grove. That's what I meant. Am I a gambler? I like sports gambling, not on the NBA. I do not bet on the NBA. But you can't do that in California. They struck down that bill. Shockingly, I thought. I can't believe that can't fail.
That was so upsetting.
Failed. Such a failure. Anthony, let's dive into it, man. I want to bring some of the conversations you and I were having last night to the radio, particularly the one, now that the game is behind us, Kings beat the Knicks last night. What do you think about the Western Conference?
I think it's weaker than in past years. I don't think that's unpopular opinion either. I mean, Denver's this runaway number 1 seed, and I mean, they're as vulnerable as a number 1 seed as I can remember, although Phoenix looked pretty vulnerable after winning 65 games last year. And then, look at, all right, let's go down the list. Memphis, will we see Ja Morant again this season? Even if we do, what's his state? How about their big man situation? Even if Ja is back, Steven Adams has this knee problem. Brandon Clark, Achilles tear. They traded Kyle Anderson left in free agency. They traded DeAnthony Melton. Way thinner team. That was supposed to be the 2nd seed. Now the Kings are. Beyond that, I'm of the belief that Phoenix is the favorite if they're healthy. I just think Durant and Booker in a playoff setting, mid-range, assassins, KD's been there. I just think he bumps everybody else on their team into their right pecking order, right? Booker's a 2, Paul's a 4 at this point, Ayton's a 3. So I like them, but are they going to be healthy? I mean, Kevin Durant sprained his ankle and warm-ups the other day. So, and then beyond that, Clippers question marks, Warriors big question marks. Yeah. I'm not saying it's opening up for the Kings to go on a finals run, but I could be much more convinced than I thought that, hey, yeah, Kings could win a first-round series.
I'm a challenge. I guess it's you because you said it, but you're not the only one. Like everybody, I'm just the conventional thought of the West being weaker than in years past. Is it really? It's not like we have 8 teams on the regular that can win the championship. There's usually 2 or 3 teams.
I would say. So I'm going back now to, I covered the last Kevin Durant season in Oklahoma City, and that was the KD, Russ, Steven Adams was on the rise. Ibaka was still really good. They had Enes Kanter and Deion Waiters coming off the bench. They won 55 games that season and that regular season. And it was an extremely disappointing 55. And it was KD's last year before free agency where he eventually departed, because at the time you had the Warriors 173 and the Spurs that season won 67 games. They were the 2 seed. And I remember going into those playoffs, and it was just you were talking about a 55-win team thinking they had no shot because there were 3 just monsters out in the West. And then after that, KD goes to the Warriors. And if you're in the Western Conference, you could be, you could be the Daryl Morey Rockets. You can be whoever you want to be. You're not beating that KD team. And that was, a 3-year stretch. I guess in the last couple seasons, maybe the Western Conference's fangs have looked a little bit different. We thought Utah, was a contender. They kind of turned out to be frauds in a lot of ways. I mentioned Phoenix of last season. Last regular season, if we were on here right around this time, we all would have been like, who's taking down Phoenix, right? Remember that team? I mean, 65 wins. That's the big thing now. Denver's going to win the conference in the 50s, easily win the conference with wins in the 50s. The Kings right now are the 2 seed on pace for how many wins now at this point are they on pace for?
48?
Yeah.
I think it's at 40.
Yep.
So there was a year I covered the Thunder when KD had he broke his foot and missed that season. It was the Westbrook, no, I'm trying to remember. Anyway, they won 48 games and didn't make the playoffs. They were the 9 seed. The Pelicans were the 8 seed and played that 67-win Warriors team. And I remember a year I covered the Thunder where they were the 2 seed, and the Grizzlies with Marc Gasol 50 games, they were the 7 seed. And it was this war, the 7-game first-round war that had 4 overtime games. That Western Conference no longer exists. You don't have 7 seed Marc Gasol Memphis Grizzlies with 50 wins, and they're the 7. You have a bunch of teams who are disappointing, but they're going to back their way into the playoffs, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, the Pelicans are disappointing. The Lakers are probably for some disappointing. Dallas, I don't know what the expectations were for that team anyways. I know Minnesota's disappointed. You make the
Warriors
move,
are. I'll tell you that.
And there you have that. But the funny thing about that, we were talking, the Warriors lost. They're in the 6th spot. The Warriors cannot win a game away from Chase Center, but they're sitting in the final playoff spot.
You want to know what the joke is with the Warriors? It's like their best days are their off days. Like they always rise in the standings when they don't play. It's like, well, they right back into the 5th seed tonight. Then they go lose, and it's like, all right, it's just that's been the West. I mean, it's good if you love parity, but I think it's parity, but it's really mediocrity is what I feel like the middle of the West is.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, when you look at the league as a whole, I think everybody can, everybody got some kind of flaws. I think Milwaukee's the best team in basketball.
Yeah.
But, they're not unbeatable, although they were for like a month. But other than that, they're not unbeatable. Boston is a great team, but they've got flaws as well. I think everybody's got a couple of holes in there.
And Philly has James Harden, so you just never.
There's that. Everybody got a couple of holes in
With
there.
one eye looking towards Houston again. One eye looking at his rearview mirror.
Is that real?
Look,
that story's real.
Clearly he's got like very large ties to the city, and I think in a lot of ways it's the city kind of calling him back more than necessarily the franchise. And we'll see. But generally, to your point, I'm interested to see this weekend for Milwaukee, right? Saturday night, ABC, I'm going to be at the game. Warriors, Bucks. Warriors at home, so you would assume they'll be better than usual.
Lights out.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to see this Milwaukee team go through that. And then they're coming to Golden One on Monday. Like those are 2 really good tests for them. And I think Giannis has a chance to start to make a larger, louder MVP case. But my concern for them, I'd say playoff wise, is Middleton's health. That's what derailed them last season. They probably would have beat the Celtics if he was there.
Yeah. And I don't think I just don't see he hasn't looked like himself all year. And I don't know if that's just going to turn on, in a couple of weeks. And I agree with you, Anthony. I think that's a huge key to them trying to win another championship is that they have Middleton, and he just hasn't looked comfortable from the first time he stepped on the floor.
Yeah, and I believe he's stepping into contract situation this summer. Body's kind of breaking down a little bit, or at least it seems like it. So we'll see. But if he's even 80% of himself, I mean, I think Giannis is the best player in basketball, and particularly on a playoff stage. So,
So Anthony Slater is one of my favorites there, man. That man speak the truth. You wrote in The Athletic this morning about the confidence that the Sacramento Kings have now in playoff positioning. And Kenny and I have been talking about the confidence that De'Aaron Fox has every time he talks. And now he's starting to talk in a way where it's been really noticeable the last few games. And you noticed it last night in the press conference. He brought up making the playoffs multiple times last night.
Like it was a certainty. That was the thing. It wasn't just, I don't know. I'd been around them early in the season and there was like confidence in what they could be. But last night he was just like, well, when the playoffs are here, and when we have a playoff game in a couple, in a month here, I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't know that was like decided yet. All right. Whereas, I would take myself back a couple weeks. I went and sat down with Mike Brown for a while. This was the Wednesday before the All-Star break, right before that crazy game in LA. And he was kind of sounding the alarm bells of, we're coming out of the break as the 3rd seed, but there's danger below. one slump and suddenly you're in the play-in or you're just completely out of it in the West. So that was the last time I'd really checked in with the Kings. And then to be there last night, obviously they've had a great, stretch out of the break, but to just sit there and, he's talking about home court in the first round. And not only is he very confident in it, I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. At this point, I would pick them to be in the top 4 seed because of what we were talking about earlier. So it's a little bit startling to see. And I'm sure as two guys who are as locked into the Kings as anybody, it's kind of got to be shocking to you that we're at this point, right?
Oh, no, for sure. No, I thought the Kings were going to be good this year. I thought after the 0-4 start and then they went and got above 500, I was like, oh no, this is a top 6 team. Anthony, I never, you know me, you know how I ride for the Kings. I never would have thought they'd be the 2 seed on March 10th. I did not see this coming from this team. So it's a pleasant surprise for sure.
2 seed with, I think, kind of inside position to maintain that seed. I'd worry about Phoenix coming up behind. I think it's a big game tomorrow. And they play again later in the year because, they're missing KD, but they can win games without KD. Mm-hmm. Memphis, I know they beat the Warriors last night. I know that Dylan Brooks had his highlight night and they got hot, but everything about them is signaling free fall to me. I'd be more worried about them tumbling down towards 4 or 5 than holding strong to 2.
Well, everyone keeps bringing up Ja, and rightfully so. Like, I get that's part of the story, but it appears the story of their losing is Steven Adams. Regardless of what happens with Ja Morant, Steven Adams isn't coming back.
Yeah.
So it's either the loss of Steven Adams or the curse of Shannon Sharp, because they line up pretty well together, where this team is now, I think, 8-13 since the Shannon Sharp incident. But a lot of that has been without Steven Adams on the floor. So regardless of Ja, Steven Adams ain't coming back, and it's hard for me to see that team regroup with all that's happened the last few weeks.
I think it's also just an erosion of their depth. That remember last season they really burst onto the scene and they had long stretches. I think they were like something like 21-5 without Ja last regular season, and you would have those games where it was like everyone on their team was shooting threes, everyone was doing the post game interviews. But then this summer, like I said, you trade Melton, you lose Kyle Anderson. Now you've lost Brandon Clark for the season. You mentioned Adams, Ja, and what has that been replaced with? David Roddy, they tried to get in the draft. He hasn't done much. They got Kenneth Lofton Jr., on a 2-way. They're trying to fit Santi Aldama into the rotation. He's not Kyle Anderson. And Zaire Williams was supposed to year 2 leap. He's been worse in year 2 than year 1. Like this team that prided itself on its depth, they had the tweet strength in numbers, right? The one that kind of ticked off Klay Thompson and he went after Jaren Jackson about. That was what they were last year. They're not that this season. They are not very deep. They looked it last night, but generally they haven't been.
So I'm going to ask you a question, Anthony. You got ties here in NorCal, but you're looked at as a national guy. You've got that type of reference and respect. Okay. You have to pick. There is no in between. There is no riding the fence. The Sacramento Kings offense, cute or dangerous?
Offense, dangerous. Playoff chances, I might tilt more towards the cute side of the fence. But offense, yeah, I just think the personnel is fierce. And, the shooting, the skill, the passing, Sabonis, just the physicality of Sabonis. You saw it last night. That's a physical team he's going against. He's just bumping down there. But what I would say, and I know Mike Brown knows this, and I know the Warriors coaching staff knows, or the Kings coaching staff, which has a lot of Warriors ties, know this. In the playoffs, a lot of the off-ball action, the pet stuff, the dribble handoffs, the cutting, teams start to they get more freedom to hold you and grapple with you. And this is the problem that the Warriors used to face when those Cavaliers teams, Ty Lue would just have J.R. Smith and all their bigs just bumping guys and kind of taking away some of that flow. And like I said, Mike Brown knows this. It's why they liked playing that Knicks team last night. That is the type of team, Josh Hart, those type of players who in a regular season setting are doing some of that stuff. And they still powered through it. They still scored. It wasn't as explosive as a night. But I would just say this: in the playoffs, they're not just going to be popping 145 Golden One Center. Everybody's dancing. Threes are raining all game, every game. They're going to face some challenging moments where some physical defenses give them trouble, but also they're still going to score. I mean, like they're too skilled, too talented, too well coached to not. And also, they got the best closer in the league right now. I mean, he just has been the best closer in basketball. De'Aaron Fox, get a bucket late. He killed Josh Hart in the fourth quarter last night. Go rewatch all his buckets in the fourth quarter. He's just getting by Josh Hart super easy. And that's supposed to be a pretty good perimeter defender.
Steele and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Anthony Slater of The Athletic with us. You mentioned Mike Brown. Can we talk about that for a second? What did you make of Mike Brown following a victory against the New York Knicks on national television? What did you think of Mike Brown's press conference last night?
I wasn't necessarily predicting he was going to come in and, lay the hammer. I think he comes from kind of the school of coaching where you get like 5 of those bullets per year, like 5 of those post-game sessions where you come in and rattle the table. And that wouldn't have been one of the 5 times I was expecting him to use it, but he did. It's right on line with what he's trying to get across to not only his players, but to his entire organization, to the fan base, to the radio stations out there, to everyone. It's like, it's not enough to squeak in the playoffs, celebrate, have a Minnesota Timberwolves style Patrick Beverley on the scorer's table, waving the, jersey, and then you get ousted in the first round. He wants to go deeper. And he knows you give up 23 offensive rebounds in game 1 at home, probably losing. And if you lose game 1 at home, you might lose the series because you lost game 1 at home. And he's just trying to instill that into his team. And part of that, and I think it's showing this is part of his maturity as a coach. He sees the way to use the media, use us more than he did when he was younger. And I think a lot of that is Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is as good of a messenger, and Mike has said this, he's never seen a better messenger as a coach than Steve. And that's the type of stuff that Steve Kerr would do, push that type of button. And I think Mike does that so much better now than he did when he was like a young Cavaliers coach.
I'm putting Anthony on the spot again.
Okay.
I'm putting him on the spot again.
It's Friday.
Hey, the Warriors they're the 5th seed. They play Phoenix in game 1 in Phoenix. But the Kings got game 1 at Golden One Center. Where are you at, Anthony? Choose your side. Who's your allegiance?
Wait, so it's Kings, Suns, and Golden One, and what was the other?
Kings, Mavericks.
And it's Suns, Warriors?
Yes.
Oh, well. As somebody who goes back to covering Kevin Durant from his, early OKC days through that, I might chronicle that in a book years from now. I should probably be at KD versus the Warriors.
I can't be mad at that. I can't be mad. I'll give you all.
But now you say like Warriors, Wolves, and like Kings, Suns, like then I'm a little bit more on the fence. How about Kings, Warriors? Then you make the decision.
That's the one. Ooh. Yeah, this whole region would go insane. Just. And it would be just like, I can't imagine the amount of work it would be for you. I just can't imagine the amount of work it would be for us, because we've got our sister station at 95.7 The Game. So, I'm sure it'd be joint shows with Fonte and Butch all day.
And he was on the Morning Roast this morning. I was listening to him. He's going to be all over the place. Yep. You think we got to work?
We ain't sleeping for 10 days.
No.
Do you guys want that series?
No, I don't want it just because I don't want to see Steph Curry.
Yeah,
that's literally it. I think the Kings will beat the Warriors. I do, but I don't want to see Steph Curry in the playoffs. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, at least not in round 1. And the other thing is, I would like to see Golden One Center just absolutely full with your full throttle Kings fans. If it is Warriors Kings, there's going to be some invaders in that arena. Let me tell you.
I wouldn't blame Kings fans for selling their tickets. All that Bay Area people come down here, pay stupid prices. Go ahead.
Oh, they're paying tech prices coming down to Golden One.
Oh yeah,
there'll be some imposters in here.
Yeah, run those prices.
Half of them may live here at this point in the Zoom era. Anyway,
that's a true story. That's a true story. I think going back to Mike just for a quick second, I just think that's how Mike motivates guys. Like, you've been around him so much. You talked about having just a couple of moments, 5 moments each year where you could do that. And I thought Kenny brought up a good point. This team's won 7 of their last 8. I think 7-1 in the last 8 games the Kings are. And rather than waiting for them to drop one, perform, poorly and lose, he was like, okay, we just had one of the most egregious stats put up against us, probably in recent NBA memory. I'm going to use this opportunity to not only talk about Domas and De'Aaron Fox being leaders, but talking about how I can see De'Aaron ascending to a next star, to an even bigger star than he is now. And I'm going to do it now while everyone is feeling good and no one is in their feelings and hurt and upset.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Nick Saban playbook, right? If Alabama struggles through a game against, Arkansas to go 7-0 and they won by 10, even though they were favored by 27. It's like they go to the post game and Nick Saban's like, we were terrible tonight. Terrible on the line, penalties, undisciplined. You're like, whoa, the entire stadium is celebrating around you. Why are you just killing your team? But it's Saban has talked about it. He hates, what does he call it, rat poison or something, when the headlines start to be so positive and everybody's today I'm sure all the Kings players are looking online and Kevin Huerter's looking up like, oh, Kevin Huerter was awesome last night. And that leads to slippage, and I think he's just trying to, like you said, prevent the slippage.
I'm just imagining Kevin Huerter. I was awesome last night. You guys see this? Did you see what they wrote about me?
I shouldn't have just singled out Kevin Huerter, but he was good last night.
Ant-Man, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for always making time for us.
All right, I'm actually heading down to Golden One Center right now. I'm going to watch some of these state.
I heard the truth is there.
Okay.
I heard Paul Pierce is there.
Oh,
okay.
Jesse probably about to leave. Go meet his hero. Jesse's already out the door, about to go meet his hero, Paul Pierce.
I love the state championship. I won't be able to go, but I wish I could.
I've never been, so I'm excited.
It's a good time.
Well, go enjoy,
right.
man. We appreciate you. Thanks. That's Anthony Slater of The Athletic right there. Always kind enough to make time for us. Kenny calling out in his allegiances. I'm with that.
I need to know, but Anthony Slater, he's my guy. So if he got to go cover the Warriors, he all right, man. He cool. Hey, not KJJK.
It's always a tough
I
screen
gotta
name.
slow down. He says Chase is a great value G1C. I put this up to say we do look down on Chase Center out here.
We do. And
Just
the great
want to
part,
be perfectly clear.
Chase Center appears to be, and I've never been there, one of those brands that it's like really expensive because of the brand name, but it's actually ass.
Facts.
So I just want to mention, like, if you're buying something that sucks just because of the brand name on it, not investing your money wisely.
Yeah, they got to do better. I'm not.
Might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, as good old JR would say.
Yeah, he would say.
I'm sure others would say that.
Elevator
too,
wouldn't go to the top floor.
Oh, no, we wouldn't go all the way there.
I think that was Gorilla Monsoon who was saying
that. Might be. Yeah. Could have been Jerry Lawler. Something that had to do with wrestling. I'm confident. Any line I utter probably came from a wrestling commentator at some point. That's why every time De'Aaron Fox gets to the basket, I go, "What a maneuver!"
You know what I think about a lot right now is you brought this back into my life. Will you stop it?
Yeah. I got to get that drop because that drop's tailor-made for when you're being ridiculous.
All the time, like watching stuff or somebody say something crazy on TV. Now you just catch, will you stop?
That's Gorilla talking to Bobby right there. Will you stop?
But I was going to say, Chase Center.
Y'all talk so bad about the Chase Center. I don't even want to go no more.
It's just so bland. Like I said, it's a hotel lobby and not even a popping one. It's just this. It's like
Chase Center stinks, bro. I've been there. Like it's horrible. There's no atmosphere, none of that. It's
outside
horrible.
of Chase Center. I haven't been to a game in a long, when they were popping. Maybe it does look like Doco. Hard to believe. Don't look like they got anything around there. And which I don't understand why. You're downtown San Francisco. You should have a bunch of Punch Bowl socials and Polancos and sauce and all that. They don't have anything. Walk to your car. Walk to BART. That's all you do.
Sounds like Levi's.
It is.
Bay Area is very bad at making stadiums, apparently.
AT&T is great.
That's it. I agree. Cold as hell, but wonderful. Wonderful indeed. TC, we see you on the line. Hang tight. We've got some time to talk. 916-909-1320. We got James Ham jumping in at the top of the hour. Do want to look ahead to tomorrow night's game. Anthony brought it up. 2 games. And the reports now, too, from Shams Charania and the Phoenix Suns are different. And it weighs now into both Kings Suns games. So we'll touch on that when we return here. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, I'm gonna get up for a second.
Mm-hmm. It was ugly too.
Yeah. I wonder why all these people come in on Friday. They all took Thursday off, but came in on Friday.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Y'all be at Sky River tomorrow. I ain't not
No,
tomorrow.
I didn't mean them. They always ride. I'm talking about people here.
Oh yeah, the parking lot was packed.
Yeah, like
I was like, why is everybody here?
Chase Center, the worst arena in California, NBA wise.
Yeah, I mean, I like Staples.
I haven't been down to Staples. That's why.
I like it. I went and I've seen basketball at Crypto. I've seen boxing at Crypto. It was cool. And even more than that, when you talk about like the experience, like you got LA Live down there. You got Doko up here. Granted, I haven't been to Chase Center in a couple years. Maybe they didn't added some stuff. I don't know. But it would they gotta do better out there. The good thing for them is it's not impossible. Okay. They could build up around there and it'll be really fun. It's not impossible, but they haven't as of late. No 13th round today, but I got a nice little fight on Saturday. Tim Tszyu going up against my main man, Tony Harrison. He's not really my main man. Tony Harrison's cool with me. I think Tony Harrison is good for boxing. So I'm glad he's back on the scene. His rivalry with the Charlos is legendary. And there probably should be a trilogy, but we'll never get it. But Tony Harrison's good for boxing. Glad to see him back. And he's got an opportunity to take down Tim Tszyu. He could do it. Will he do it? I don't know, but he can. Chase Center, Comcast does. Well, I mean, they do whatever they got to do. You know what I'm saying? Because that's my man Bonte Hill. You know, he out there with the pre and post. So whatever NBC Bay Area got to do, they got to do. I'm riding with them on that one. Shut the hell up. Oh no, I've been to the nosebleeds in Staples. I've been to the nosebleeds. It's high up there. It's high up there. People always talk about how Staples is like bad. Staples is fine. Staples is cool. Crypto. It's always gonna be Staples to me though. Bruh, we're not even on there. It's not even on yet. We saw Ramsey last night, by the way. Shout out Ramsey. Shout out Roddy. Saw a lot of people, took a lot of pictures and stuff, man. And people showing love, man. I appreciate that. The one thing I will say about Chase Center is I saw they have like the down low suites, the ones that are like floor side, and they got like I saw this on somebody's IG. I wasn't there, but they got like if you're in the suite, you're blocked off by the seats, right? So you can't see what's going on the court. They got a wall that is a video screen of where your seats would be if you weren't in your suite. So when you have access to that, you have actual seats too. You got the suite area and you got seats like that are almost courtside. And they got like, if you're like, oh, I want to go back there and get something to eat, on that wall, they have like video of what it would look like if you were sitting in your seats. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I'd want to do that the whole time, but that's a cool little quirk. But I mean, how many of us are ever experiencing that?
I like those new afternoon guys.
Yeah.
Good people.
Yeah. Well, we're back. Damien?
Yes.
Damien?
Yes, Mitch.
Your thoughts on Tim Tszyu versus Tony Harrison this weekend?
I'm going to skip that one. I'm going to skip that one. Let's get to TC 916-909-1320. TC, what's good, baby?
Yo, my two brothers, man. What's up?
What's good, TC? How you feeling, man?
Man, you know I'm feeling fired up. I'm feeling like y'all. I'm feeling like everybody else that's a Kings fan, man. Ready to lose my mind.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? But just make it real quick. I like what Mike Brown is doing. This is what we were talking about before, D-Lo and Casey, about holding everybody accountable players. This is what we wanted Luke Walton to do if he was a good coach. We wanted Fox to talk more, be more of a leader, more of a vocal leader. I'm seeing that more, bro. Like, I don't know. Mike Brown just got these dudes in a train of thought, and I like what he did last night because he felt the team was maybe getting a little too comfortable or maybe like content, like, hey, we're good, and he's keeping them on their toes, bro, and I like that.
No, I'm with that. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know what it is that has De'Aaron more vocal this year, more animated, but I love it. I don't know if it's Mike Brown. I don't know if it's Malik. I don't know, but I love it.
Maybe it's who's not here.
Well, there's that. Ankle hurt.
Maybe it's he's being vocal and people are responding rather than being vocal and his words just going into the atmosphere.
Instead of being vocal and the guy still shoots with 22 seconds on the shot clock.
Or as Jesse says, he's talking into the abyss. No one's listening. He's just talking.
There's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, see, I don't. If I'm De'Aaron, like I can't blame him. Obviously, there is a difference in De'Aaron, and I know Will Z has documented this in the numbers a couple of times. He's dunking. He's done. The whole team is dunking.
Oh man,
like Harrison Barnes is throwing it down. I mean,
they
like,
yelling, doing all this other stuff.
Yeah, like this. I think a lot of that is. I don't. Okay. So here's my jackass moment of the day.
Uh-oh.
We've talked about how dangerous this offense is and how this offense shouldn't be looked at as cute or fun or a nice story. This offense is dangerous and it's going to beat you. The team's having fun, though. And that's probably something guys who have been here haven't had in a long time. Hell, I don't even know if Domas was having fun in Indiana. You know what I mean? Like this team is having fun. They're having the ability to, you know, let loose a little bit while they're out there on the court. They smile, and then the second they're done, those smiles are gone, and they're talking about what's next. I'm going to always point to, I'll be the broken record when it comes to that De'Aaron Fox speech after the 176, 175.
Yeah.
Hey, it's great job, guys. Let's go get 2 in Oklahoma City.
They locked in. That also goes to what you talked about earlier, where these guys are ready for the playoffs. They're preparing, and they're ready for the playoffs.
And that's why I think Mike's press conference last night was strategic. I thought you hit the nail on the head. You had the opportunity to get your team's attention while they won. You had the opportunity to get your team's attention while they're feeling good. And it's like, no, you could feel good. You deserve to feel good. You just won a basketball game. And Mike said that during his press conference. At this stage of the season, you just want to win games. But that isn't going to work. And they were at practice today, and I'm sure they spent a lot of time talking about why what happened yesterday isn't going to work in the long term.
And you know what? The one thing about that, it's not something that they're trying to do or planning to do or whatever, but I think it's good to have games like last night, especially being able to win a game like last night, but where you had some type of struggle, where you had some kind of astronomical failure, like it was the offensive rebounds given up. Because as well as the Kings played, Mike Brown and the coaching staff can still point to points where they can get better. Like they're winning games. I think they won 8 of their last 10 or something like that. They're like 7-1 since the break, all this other stuff. Somebody can get fat, like, oh, we just winning, so it's all good. But no, you can go to the film room. You could go on a stat sheet and be like, yeah, you guys are good, but you could be so much better if you took care of this. Like I really believe they're looking at this thing, and I know a lot of people aren't, but I think they're looking at this thing like we can do something really special. Like we're already going to make the playoffs, and that's special enough here. We could take this thing as far as we want to go. Like I think they look at the Western Conference, they look at what's going on, they look at how they play and what they're able to do as a team, and they said we could. I bet you Mike Brown is talking to them like, look, man, you can do something special. Give me a little more defense here. Clean up these defensive boards right here. you can go all the way. You can go all the way.
That's why no one can sell me on the Sacramento Kings not potentially going to the NBA Finals or going to the conference finals, at least. Because you could talk about Phoenix all you want to. Right now, as it stands, they're better than Phoenix. So everything you're saying about the Phoenix Suns is a projection. It's what we think they're going to be. You want to match them up in a series? Mitchell Robinson is the perfect example. The example you used earlier. Yeah. Oh, man, it's going to be tough to play the Phoenix Suns in a series. It's going to be tough to play the Sacramento Kings in a series because they're not going to waver from the way that they play. They're going to play. They're going to push. They're going to score. You got to keep up. Can you keep up for a game? Psh, absolutely. 2? Okay. 3? 4? Because we keep talking about what the Kings haven't done this year, but we haven't talked about what other teams haven't done against the Kings this year. What team is going to collectively slow them down? Talk about the Phoenix game coming up. The 2 left. Now, Shams Charania said yesterday that 2 weeks reevaluation for Kevin Durant. Put Kevin Durant right at, if he got the go-ahead, his first game would be Sacramento, the second game against Sacramento here at the Golden One Center. And the Sun said yesterday it was 3 weeks. The evaluation period was 3 weeks. That knocks him out of both games this Saturday and then the one on the 24th at the Golden One Center. So we're not going to see Kevin Durant in a Suns uniform, at least as it pertains to playing the Sacramento Kings before the season ends. But there isn't a team. Man, I don't want to see Steph. I don't want to see prime Steph.
No.
But the Kings are better than the Warriors. Outside of that, you know who scares me the most on the Clippers in a series against Sacramento?
Cool.
Anthony Slater mentioned his name. Ty Lue. Because I feel like don't go back to don't go back to your original feelings on Ty Lue.
Yeah, no, and those can't be confirmed. I've always loved Ty Lue. Those cannot be confirmed.
Go back and watch the 50 view. Go back and watch the 50 view YouTube shows.
Do not go back and watch Gap Kenny and see what he has to say about Ty Lue.
Couch Kenny. Go find Gray Couch Kenny on YouTube. And you'll find his thoughts on
He's got the most.
Whoa, hold on. I got sneaky big news here. Wait a minute.
Oh, breaking glass.
Sources say the Bears are trading the number 1 overall pick to the Carolina Panthers for a big time compensation. Is this a fake Ian Rappaport? What type of tweet is this? Proofread it, Ian. What the hell? The Bears are trading the number 1 overall pick to the Panthers in exchange for, he worded this terribly, multiple first-round picks for sure. Chicago loads up. They land at 9, and now Carolina can draft whoever their quarterback is. He really, this is a terrible tweet. This is absolutely terrible work for me and Rappaport.
The
Adam Schefter would never do this.
Panthers going to get their quarterback.
Again, just keep searching. At least it wasn't the Jets.
Well, they got other plans.
Speaking of, did you see what the Packers general manager said?
No, I didn't.
They said they were asked. This is paraphrasing. It's something along this lines. The question was, do you see a scenario where Aaron Rodgers is in a Packers uniform next year? Mark Murphy goes, yeah, sure, I see it. If things don't work out the way we want to, I could see him being here. He's a good player. It's like, what? Okay. They don't want nothing to do with Aaron
They're done
Rodgers.
with that dude. They've had enough.
They don't want nothing to do with Aaron Rodgers.
Sorry.
No.
Well, while you're here, though, we're here on football.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to say something because James Ham will be here soon.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be all Kings there and there. Odell Beckham Jr. had a workout today, a private workout in Arizona.
Kaepernick?
No.
Oh, it was a real workout.
A real workout.
Okay.
There were teams there.
Wow. The league was a part of it. How nice.
The Panthers, the Giants,
okay,
the Patriots, the Rams, the Cardinals, the Bills, Chiefs, Vikings,
Jesus.
Browns, and Ravens.
Okay.
And the 49ers. Odell's been wanting to come here forever.
QB1? Odell going to be QB1?
He's going to be catching passes from Trey for a little bit, and then when Brock is healthy.
You sure about that?
No, because if Trey's cooking, I don't know how you go away from him.
Well, Brock Purdy had his surgery today, finally.
He did.
And I guess
soon,
it all went well. No Tommy John.
But I wanted to ask, I bring that up. I want to ask you, you think OBJ got something left?
No.
You think he's cooked?
Yep. I think he might have a game left. But I don't think he has a season left.
I'm just for argument's sake. I'll put him on the Niners.
Okay.
He'd be the third receiver.
But what are you asking? Like, are you asking is he Odell Beckham Jr.?
No, you're asking to be like Juwan Jennings. Like a possession guy.
Sure, he could do that.
You know, that's what I
mean.
But
like, that's not Odell Beckham Jr.
True.
Like he's now Juwan Jennings. Like, sure, I could. Do I see him having a role on an NFL team? Absolutely. I just don't see him being Odell Beckham Jr. anymore.
Do you see him being what he was to the Rams ever again? Because remember, he wasn't number one. That was Cup, but he was vital. He was big time.
I don't remember a lot of the regular season run. I thought he was winning the Super Bowl MVP before he tore his ACL. Sure. Because I obviously you just said it. I know he's not, wide receiver one there. So it seems like a stretch to me, to be honest. It seems like a stretch to think he could go back to that was 2 years ago.
Yeah. I wasn't like this
in football years. It's
like 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's an eternity.
I wasn't like this over the top Odell Beckham Jr. fan when he was with the Giants, mainly because rookie year, they're like, yo, this guy might be Jerry Rice. Look what he's doing in his first year. I was like, settle down, calm the hell down. So that made me look at him, not look at him, but look at the way he was covered with a side eye. But we did kind of lose out on potentially a special.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Due to those injuries, I
couldn't agree more.
He was. I always hear you talk about Josh Gordon, and you're not wrong. I looked at Odell Beckham kind of that way. Like he was going to be one of them ones.
Yeah, I mean, his rookie season support, like he has seasons in New York that support that. But
couldn't stay.
Football is a sports career on fast forward, man. Especially unless you're a quarterback, unless you're a really, really smart quarterback unless you're a quarterback that's willing to take incompletions because you threw the ball out of bounds.
Yeah.
Like there's just not a lot of longevity in that game. Adam Schefter, by the way, just a much better tweeter than Ian Rappaport is. And also Ian Rappaport might have oversold this a little bit. The Bears are trading the number 1 overall pick to Carolina for pick number 9, pick number 61 in a first-round pick in 2024, a second-round pick in 2025, and you don't see this often, DJ Moore.
Oh, jeez.
They threw in a player.
Wow.
I feel like you never see a player traded. Yeah.
Wow. Bears kind of came up.
But maybe the bigger, well, I mean, of course, Carolina moving up is a big story. Part 2 of the big story, it's Justin Fields.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's a no-brainer for me.
Yeah,
I think it's a no-brainer for you.
That was always the move.
I don't think it was a no-brainer. I don't think Bears fans thought that was a no-brainer.
I got a Bears fan in my life. He was.
Well, we all do. John Bull's a Bears fan.
John Bull. Shout out to my man Alan Knox though, and he,
shout out to John Bull for that stupid video.
Well, I mean,
he took last night. That is.
Come on, man. That's just
still.
Yo, this guy Jesse. I know you saw it. I mean, the guy. This guy. Jeez.
Did John Bull say hi to me last night? Nope. Just decided to take a video, put it on social media, and the conversation. Let me check. Yep, still going right now.
Bro, you look so cool yesterday. That little wave you did when you're walking, like, oh my God, this dude's famous.
Get our attention. You were just recreating. Oh, there you go. Yeah. No, you're right. It was crazy. He had the stroll. He had the leather jacket. He saw somebody in the crowd. To be honest with you, and I'm believing that he did. I'm believing that he did. But you know what? Hey, I would do it. If I knew somebody was like recording me, wouldn't nobody even be there. Something dumb. You pan out there, ain't even nobody there. I just be doing it. That's how perfect it looked. That whole montage. That was my boy was like a smooth boy.
Yeah,
Courtside
smoothest
D-Lo.
host in Sacramento.
Courtside D-Lo. It's a real thing.
I did not know John was filming, first of all. Second of all, I said hello to the usher.
It was a perfect hello.
Said hello
The
to
point
Usher, not the
wave.
Usher.
Oh, come on. And the smile. But then what made it even better is he didn't have a smile before. He was like kind of pan face. Then he saw the guy and he turned it on like Michael Irvin. Turned it on immediately. Like
Didn't even break stride. Just keep moving, smiling. God, you done that before, huh?
That's perfect. Damn. Courtside D-Lo.
Are you two finished?
It was perfect.
Damn, John Bull, man. Unbelievable. Yeah, I didn't know that everyone thought Justin Fields was the guy. I did. I know you did.
There was people I think people were trying to stir it up.
Well, and probably because there's a new regime there. And I think that'd be absurd. This is the right call. This is the right call for Chicago.
Mhm.
Get better. Build around Justin Fields.
I agree.
Chris Haynes, our very good friend, who also the one guy who wrote about the Kings that we didn't have on the show. Chris Haynes wrote about the Kings this morning.
That article.
Yeah,
You wrote this morning?
he did.
Oh, okay.
He's reporting right now. Anthony Simons, he'll return for the Portland Trailblazers
Well,
tonight.
good for him because I thought that was a bad ankle roll.
Yeah.
What's that been about 3-4 weeks? It was
Before
a
the
little
break.
Before the break.
Yeah, it's before the break. So
Glad to see him back.
Yeah, he'll be back tonight versus the Philadelphia 76ers.
Philly got it. Let me ask you a question.
I love when you do that. It's always really dramatic when you say, "Let me ask you a question."
And I'll ask it this way. Do we care what Philly does tonight? Are we at that point?
Oh, at that point with Portland? Yeah, I think we are. Portland don't mean anything to us.
I mean, I'm looking at all those teams down there.
Yeah, Portland don't mean anything to us.
Honestly, I don't think any team in the play and the Kings should worry about.
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, we said this earlier. It's maybe off a little bit. It's a 6.5 game. If you don't think the Kings can catch the Nuggets because there aren't enough games,
and there was everybody unanimously said no.
It's six. They're 6.5 games away.
Mm-hmm.
The Utah Jazz, or excuse me, the Minnesota Timberwolves in the 7th spot.
Mm.
They're 6 games back from Sacramento.
Mm.
So if the Kings can't catch the Nuggets, the T-Wolves can't catch Sacramento.
And that's before we get into lost column stuff.
Yeah, that's before we get into like, you know, who are they playing and everyone else who falls along the way. Like that's before all that stuff. That's just looking at simple 6 games back. If you don't think Sacramento can be number 1, you shouldn't think that they could be number 7.
Portland is, what is this, 9 games back, 8.5 games back of the Kings. So, yeah, we don't need to look at Portland. But I don't even think at this point, like Jesse just said, if you're in the play-in, I mean, just because, like, yeah, beat them, Philly. I don't give a damn. Make it even easier.
Mm-hmm.
But we ain't stressing it.
At this point, I think the Kings, you guys should only be worrying about the Suns and Memphis at this point. I feel pretty honestly, I feel pretty comfortable the Kings are going to stay at the 2 the rest of the season. I think those are the 2 teams you're going to watch.
No Clippers?
No.
Oh, wow. Clippers yeah, definitely no Clippers. Yeah, Clippers.
They strike away.
Yeah. Well, see, so the Clippers are technically, 5.5 back, but they're really 6.5 back.
6.5. Yeah, with
so they're as far back as Minnesota is. And then there's, I mean, that's a good point, Jesse. It's Memphis and hey, I think the Kings are winning tomorrow.
Well, look, I wanted to talk about that too, real quick though. 17 games to play for the Kings. I think a lot of these other teams got like 15 games because the Kings always.
Yeah, it feels like they haven't caught up yet.
Yeah, they got a lot more or a couple more games left than these other teams, so they got to keep up or they got to make up time in less games than the Kings have to play. But you talk about the Suns and them possibly winning. Number one. I could see that for sure. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night. I definitely want to see what happens tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that I think about with the 2 games with the Suns, and you talk about them catching the Kings for 2nd or 3rd or whatever the case may be, is this reminds me of a baseball situation. The Suns are 2.5 games behind the Kings. They got 2 games left with the Kings. when you and James were talking the other day, you guys are right. Like that could, you got 2 games. You can make it up and track them down just on those 2 games alone. But you have to win those 2 games. A split doesn't do anything for the Suns in that situation. All it does is it keeps them in the same spot with less games to make up. You know what I mean? Like if you're the Suns, this is the advantage of being the team that's in front as opposed to the team that's doing the chasing. The team that's chasing, you got 2 games against them. You got to win them both to feel them being tracked down in that way. If you split, the other team gonna look at it like, well, we did what we had to do.
Mm-hmm.
We went 1-1, and we're back where we started. And now there's 13 games left as opposed to 17 games. So if they could get one of these 2, that will go a long way in solidifying second or third.
You're saying one of these 2 against Phoenix or one of these next
Phoenix.
2 games? Okay.
Against Phoenix.
Because obviously it's Phoenix Saturday and then Monday, the Golden One Center. Can't stress this enough. I know it's significantly more difficult than it was last year. If you have the ability, if you have the means, if there's a game you want to go see Giannis in person, don't let Giannis be that player that you go, man, I didn't get to see that guy in person. You got to see Giannis Antetokounmpo in person.
Why was he out last night? Was it the wrist?
I have to double check. I can't remember what exactly the injury is, but
I thought he had
doing something for a while.
Wrist.
Maybe Mitch knows.
Maybe Mitch knows.
916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
I know nothing. No. Just the opposite, okay?
That's okay.
Just the opposite.
You know all things, Mitch. What's up, man?
I know everything about a little bit of everything gets me, where. What was I going to say?
I don't know, Mitch.
Okay, I can think of something.
Okay.
Well, first of all, it's nice. Congratulations to the Kings. No worse than 3 seed. They get the 2 seed. They're going to have the home field advantage the first 2 series. That's nice. Whoever dream of that,
I know, right?
You got to give them a medal. And with this trade, that's great. At Carolina, I think they're going to take. You can't go wrong. I think with CJ or Southern California. Well, they're both from Southern California. Both California boys, as you probably know.
Yeah, it's true.
Bryce Young. He's good. But they also had drafted the quarterback in the 3rd round, and he's pretty darn good. Matt Corral. He suffered an injury. He missed the whole year, so he'd be a good backup. And you mentioned the Jets. Jets will probably strike out on Rodgers. They'll be tanking. They don't have to try too hard. And I hate to see any of these 4 quarterbacks playing with the Jets in here, especially my boy Caleb Williams, who's going to win the Heisman again.
Can he get into the college football playoff?
Mitch was cooking.
He will. I guarantee you. All right, enjoy your weekend. Go Kings.
Yeah, there you go, Mitch.
NFL
insider, Mitch.
I think that's the first time Mitch ever got a goodbye in. Man.
You guys got Peter King. We got Mitch in New Jersey.
That's my guy right there. I'll run through a wall for Mitch.
Me too. Me too.
The Bucks were missing 2-time MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo for a 2nd straight game. Antetokounmpo didn't play due to a sore right hand. He sat out their victory against Orlando on Tuesday night because of a non-COVID related illness. So he's missed the last 2 games for 2 different reasons.
I think he plays tomorrow in
Golden State.
Yeah. And then I would think he would play on Monday.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm not the big, Jimmy in section 431 came to see you, but you've got to see Giannis in person. Like Giannis is phenomenal.
Yeah,
he is phenomenal. So is James Ham. He's going to join us. I'm going to try before James joins us. I have some sound from Hammer at practice today that we want to try to run for you. So Ham will be with us at the top of the hour. We'll talk a ton of Kings basketball. You'll hear from Domas. We're going to try to get in some sound from Harrison Barnes as well, and Coach Mike Brown. That's all coming up when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I think I see what Donnie's cooking here.
I saw that. I like that.
I think I see what Donnie's cooking. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Oh, man. I don't know. Ask me anything. I got nothing. Oh, Jay's back tonight. Jay's on SmackDown tonight. I might tune in live for that. No Kings game or nothing. I might tune in live for that. Jay back on SmackDown. How are they going to bring this story to its next chapter? How are they going to get Jay involved with Cody? Oh, I can't even guess, man. Can't even guess.
What would it take for the Kings to do the rest of the regular season for you to be like, yes, they're contenders to make it out the West?
Oh, I think that now.
Okay.
Like, I think they could do it now.
Okay, yeah, that's where I'm at too.
I think the Kings can. Did they hear you? I think the Kings can be a contender, are absolutely a contender in the West. Absolutely. Scared to death of Kevin Durant and all that, but
yeah, I think they would be. I think it'd be the Nuggets and Suns before them, and then the Kings there.
Yeah.
After that, I don't think anyone is a true contender.
Yeah, I'm with you. Champ Week tonight, good call. Let's see, Leezy, who's your East Coast team or Eastern Conference team? Excuse me, Bucks or Celtics? Yeah, it's probably Bucks or Celtics. I'm not as worried about the Celtics as others are. I'm going to take Giannis as the best player in that series. I think it's the Celtics, though. I think I'm going to take the Celtics again coming out of the East. Do I think Embiid gets MVP? Nope, I sure don't. I think he deserves it. I think he's deserving for sure, but I don't think he gets it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that works. So Jay's just buddying back up with his brother. I could kind of see that being see that being what happens. Beat the Suns twice and you'll be more confident, even though it's without KD. Because I think they win tomorrow. Like I think they're primed to beat Phoenix. They've got to. And I'm not even looking at the way that they're playing right now. I'm just looking at the fact that they've lost 2 times against Phoenix. I think they've been in that film. They need to get one. Gilbert's got the Bucks. Okay, Bucks getting out the East. I'm with that. John Bull, photographer, says I have Nuggets, Suns, Celtics, Bucks as teams above the Kings. That's it. Okay, I got you. No Philly. I think I'm with you in that, though. Like, I'd put Joe up there, but I don't think I can put Philly as a team up there yet.
What happens if Philly loses in the second round again?
I think Joe ass out. Like, that shit is going to explode, man. Yeah, I don't think that's going to go well. This looks... Donnie's working on some stuff for you guys. I'm going to send this to you, Jesse, so you could see these. D-Lo, what is the best Jordan 1 colorway? Got to be shattered backboards. That's a fun question.
Do you want to have a prize for this? Guess the lines. Look, money.
Oh, let's go. Kimberly got money. Hold on. Kimberly flashing the money. Oh, no, we're coming back. I'm still stuck on Aldrin Jay's question about what's the best Jordan 1 colorway.
Got to be the shattered backboards. I mean, I love the shattered backboards, so I'm not going to speak ill of them, but it's the Breads or the Chicagos. I mean, that's just
that's where
we start.
It's probably the Chicago. Yeah, it's some semblance of the Chicago stuff. Like, people go nuts for those Chicago colors.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off the fence, Aldrin. I'm gonna say it's the Breads.
Just give me a white shoe, please. One of my favorite ones is the Hyper Royals. Like, I love those. They're that light blue. It's that light blue like fabric. I've worn them a couple of times in here. And let's not act like the Travis Scotts aren't popping. Let's get Matthew, my man Matthew, 916-909-1320. What's up, Matthew?
I had a question for you guys. So, watching the game last night, and that I wanted to get your thoughts on. And I know you guys obviously were at the game for most of the game or for all of the game, so you didn't get the chance to watch the broadcast live. But what do you guys think about the importance of the Kings being on TV? Because there are certain friends of the show that I argue with this stuff on a regular basis that think it's not important. And I think it's insane to think that a team like the Kings doesn't benefit from national exposure. And one example I'll give, you guys talked to Chris Herring earlier, and he mentioned a thing about seeing Knicks fans in real time react to, the crowd atmosphere, the way the team plays, all that kind of stuff. But I thought it was so important that unprompted that Stan Van Gundy and Brian Anderson had this segment there. I think it was like in the middle of the third quarter, I think, where they broke down the Sabonis-Halliburton trade. And they even pointed out, the Kings got killed for making this trade at the time, but look where they are now. And I think that obviously these things don't change overnight, but the fact that they made that point, the fact that obviously the team was on TV, they won the game, outside of the rebounding stuff and everything, they played well for the most part. I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on that importance, because I can't believe that people that have covered this league think it's not important for a team like the Kings.
Oh, right on, Matt. We appreciate you. I actually do think it's important. I think it's important from and I think Chris was talking about this earlier. I think we take for granted League Pass. I think, we're tuning into basketball all the time. We have the ability to go to League Pass, like if we want to, or even just, people in the chat or people listening who are just basketball fans. You can find basketball virtually every night between NBA TV and ESPN and TNT. But if that's the route you go and you live in New York or you live anywhere but Sacramento, you're probably going to miss the Sacramento Kings. And listening to Chris talk about the reaction that New York Knicks fans had to the Sacramento Kings last night speaks, I think, to the importance of having nationally televised games. I think sometimes we focus on commentators, we focus on talking heads, we focus on first takes and undisputeds and stuff like that, whereas I do think there are writers who don't fire up their League Pass every night. I do think there are people who don't go back and see what the Sacramento Kings did last night. If the Sacramento Kings beat someone 131-110, what's going to prompt the guy in Chicago to pull that game up on there?
Right.
Unless the Kings are in town and they've got to figure out what's going on in Sacramento. So the fact that it's especially on a Thursday night, basically a standalone game. Yeah, I absolutely think there's some importance to that.
There's two different I don't know, maybe conversations that you have with this, because I understand. I think I understand what the people who say it doesn't matter. I understand what they mean by that, right? Like, it doesn't matter. You either win the game or you lose, whether they're showing it on, you get 20 national TV games or you get one. Win your games, and it's all going to balance out. Though you'll be forced to put on national TV, right? So I understand that, but I agree with you. Like, I think it is important for maybe the knowledge of this team.
Coverage of the team.
The coverage. We get so upset about people just being completely clueless about the Sacramento Kings on a national level. That probably wouldn't happen as much if they're on national TV. Like if they're on, there's some people who, even if they have League Pass, hey man, I don't know what's going on League Pass. Well, it's Thursday. Let me see. TNT got a game on. I'm gonna turn it on. That, it matters for that. It matters for the profile of these players. De'Aaron Fox being getting into another stratosphere when it comes to notoriety in this league. That happens from being on national TV. That also leads to other things, endorsements, shoe contract, all this other stuff. So it does matter for, I don't want to call them extracurricular stuff, but outside of wins and losses, it does matter. And it's cool to see your team on the national stage. It is cool to see your team. Maybe somebody that sees that, Warriors fans, Lakers fans, Celtics fans, they're jaded because they're so used to it. But I mean, we hadn't been able to see your team on national TV in a long time. And I was the type of guy who sometimes I would watch the opposing team's broadcast just because I want to hear what their POV is of the Kings. I know what I think. I know what Mark Jones thinks a lot of the time. But let me spend a quarter and see what they think in New York about the Kings, and just get that kind of perspective. So
I used to do that a lot for different reasons, but it's a valuable practice. I don't like turning away from Mark. I don't turn away from Mark and Kyle and Katie as freely as I used to. But especially there's a great deal of information you can get by hearing another broadcast team talk about your favorite team. I also think it's important, and I think our guy Gilbert brought it up here, and I'm going to take what he said here in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Gilbert says you get to hear Charles and Shaq talk about us too. He's 100% right. I'll take it a slight step further. What's bigger than the NBA and TNT crew? Like that's the crew, right? For NBA basketball. Yeah. So for the Kings to be a focal point of one of their shows, yeah. It's like a 8-time Emmy Award winning show. Yeah. Kings haven't been mentioned on it like any of the 8 times they've won an Emmy, or any of the 8 seasons that they've won an Emmy. So the fact that that they've got some run this year twice, and I just okay, they're not dangerous, but they're fun. I think they're going to get a lot of national TV games next year, and I'm riding with that TV game. I think or a Christmas game. I think they're getting one.
I can believe that as well, and it's also like, you root for a team or whatever the case may be. All you've heard in a national setting is them being talked bad about for a decade and a half. Last night, do I think Charles is 100% like in the know with what's going on with the Kings? No, but it's good to finally see him and Shaq just talk about the Kings in a basketball sense. Like, can they win this series? Or Sabonis is good. Like, not the butt of the joke all the time. It's cool. That's different and cool to see.
They were the butt of joke the first time they were on national television this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talking about how stupid the beam was. They only like that thing 20 times a year.
Right. So it's cool to see that, and to get a different vibe, right? Like, there's gonna come a time when they're gonna crack jokes, and if we're winning 50 games and they crack jokes on the Kings blowing a 20-point lead in December, like, all right, like, yeah, they deserve it. I could take that because you're going to get basketball takes as well because they're a winning team. So to see them on that stage be talked about for basketball, that's great. It's great.
Let's try to sneak this in before Hammer joins us. This is Domantas Sabonis at practice today. Excuse me. This was Domantas Sabonis at practice this morning.
You and De'Aaron specifically, you guys to hold the rest of the players around and bring it.
Our guy Chris Peterman, I think, asked him about Mike Brown's press
How did that
last night
hit your ears, and what do you make of Mike saying that after?
Oh, cool.
He's definitely right. We got to come out and take these chances we have.
Okay, we got to come out, take these chances. Like, what are we doing? Like, come on, man.
Playing the cuts.
Just forget it. Practice.
This turned into 102.5.
Practice was about to turn up. I got to get James a different microphone or something. I don't know what it is. Like, it doesn't pick up sound strong enough. Of course, when you start playing KSFM in the background, it's not gonna work. I'm just going to go ahead and eliminate all these videos we're about to play. And when James joins us in 2 minutes, I'll be like, hey, how did Domas respond to Mike Brown's press conference last night?
One of the things that I think Mike Brown said, I don't think he was talking as if it doesn't happen, but when he was like, hey, I'm challenging Fox and Sabonis to, step up, hold guys accountable, be leaders, all this other stuff. Once again, I don't think he was talking about it as if it doesn't happen, but he wants to see them be more active with it. Have you ever kind of noticed Domas out there on the court and his interaction with his teammates when something doesn't go right?
Yeah.
He get at him.
Yeah.
He gets at him. I like it. I really do like it. I remember the time last year when I first noticed that, when he got mad at those guys for not grabbing the rebound after he boxed out. And
but you know what else he does?
Demonstrative.
You know what he does after that? Just kind of slaps him on the ass. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
I've seen him do that regularly. He's never done anything like demeaning. He's never talked down to his guys.
Right.
I mean, I don't know what he's saying, but it doesn't. And then once he's done saying what he's has to say,
come on,
let's go.
Come on.
And that's what this team is desperately needed. It's what this team is desperately needed.
I love it. I didn't know if maybe it was a figment of my imagination or whatever, but I see there was something happen I think last night at the end of the game, they were trying to get the ball inbounds, because they were up and the Knicks had to foul. And they couldn't get it inbounds. They had to call a timeout. And right as they called a timeout, I think Trey Lyles called the timeout. Domas sprang open. And it was open. And Trey just called a timeout. Domas, hey, I'm here. Come on. You know what I mean? Like, I loved it. I loved it. And he's walking back and he's not, like letting anybody off the hook. He's like, look, man, I was here open. If you look here, take another second, I'm getting open. Like, he was on him. I love that about Domas. So, like, that's what came to my mind when Mike Brown said that. Once again, not that these guys don't do it. Maybe he just needs a little more consistently, and or just simply like you guys are the two guys. If you're doing it, maybe you need to do it a little bit more, because you guys are the captains, you're the all-stars. Like you said, I'm challenging you guys to take on that mantle and do that a little bit more.
We begged last year, maybe even for the last 2 years, for the Sacramento Kings team to find a leader. They got two of them, and Domas and De'Aaron, because I don't think anyone's questioning De'Aaron's leadership anymore.
No.
I don't, which is funny because I don't know exactly what De'Aaron is doing differently than he's always done in front of the camera.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
He's a little more, and I don't know if maybe you look at this as leadership, but he's more demonstrative this year.
Oh, for sure.
And
absolutely.
I think it's more of the, remember what I used to always say, it's the high school high thing with him, right? It's not necessarily
everyone will follow
him yelling at other people. It's if he's up,
yelling, period.
Right. If he's up, they gonna get up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If he look like he doesn't care, they gonna look like they don't care. Maybe that wasn't always necessarily true, because maybe there were some guys that you just couldn't reach regardless.
Well, maybe their ankles hurt too. Maybe he had a few. Maybe that team was plagued with ankle soreness last year, and I'll be damned if everybody's ankles aren't better this year.
Right. Well, look, over under says TT was yelling and he was a leader. TT talked too much. He talked too much.
Well, can we have one TT free show? Can we just have a TT free show? You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, and live with our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. James, we were really excited to play some sound from Domantas Sabonis that you took here just a few minutes ago, but they started playing some music. It wasn't the easiest thing to hear, so how about I just ask you, how receptive was Domas to Mike Brown's press conference last night?
It's really interesting. If you heard last night, Kevin Huerter, and then Harrison Barnes today, and then Sabonis. Sorry, it sounded like someone was dribbling a basketball on my phone. I don't know.
Right.
Like sometimes it's like that. I don't know what's happening. But yeah, I think that when you look at the way that this group has received the message from Mike Brown all year long, it's something that both Harrison and Domas talked about. It's that there's been a consistency, that it doesn't waver. There's nothing that's wavering with Mike Brown. He is coming at them the same exact way each and every night. And I'll say this too. Whatever Mike Brown tells us in the media, it's something that he's already told his team. And so we've had this disconnect before where a coach will say something to us in a post-game press conference, and just go back a couple of years, like before COVID, it used to be that the coach would come out and talk, and then they would release the media. We would run around the corner, like down a long hallway, and go to the locker room, and then go in and talk to the players directly right afterwards. Now we have this thing where they bring up two players. Sometimes the players come before the coach. Sometimes they come after the coach. So a lot of times, like our job is to react to what the coach is saying and then go ask the players about it. And so we haven't really got a lot of that, because we might get a player, we might get two players in the locker room, but it's after hours of waiting sometimes. And So I think this was a unique situation where we got Mike Brown. Then we were able to ask Kevin Huerter about it. And I thought Huerter was spectacular last night. And it's the same thing. Like all of them were saying, like the message is the same. Whatever you guys just heard, we already heard it. We heard it at halftime, and we heard it after the game, and we heard it last week. And, even Harrison Barnes brought up, like, this isn't the first time we lost a game. We almost lost a game because of offensive rebounding. He's like, does anyone remember Steven Adams, like, killing us on the boards and winning a game with Memphis? Like, we know, but, it's good. Like, the consistency is here all year long, and they're all bought in. They're all still like, it's working. We're not going to argue with what Mike's doing.
And what'd you think about the game last night? I thought that was a playoff-like game from the start. I mean, I thought the intensity was there in the building. I thought the two teams played with the level of intensity. The Knicks bring a level of defensive intensity that you would probably think you would see in the playoffs. There were some pluses and some minuses, but at the end of the day, they came away with the win. But what'd you think about that game last night as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, the fans were incredible. Like, hat tip to the fans again. Like, this city is so ready for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot wait to be in the building for these upcoming playoff games. And, like, at this point, you can say it. Like, the chance of the Kings falling out of the actual playoffs is virtually nil. But just the way
9%,
yeah,
according to Basketball Reference.
there we go. Yeah, just the way that the building is responding to every single big moment. I mean, it's really crazy. Even the groans, from the fans. Like, if you don't think the fans understood that offensive rebounding was a problem last night, you're wrong. They were all over the team every single time. I mean, there were possessions where they got 4 offensive rebounds in one possession. And I thought for one of the few times this season, the Kings actually played really good defense. They just didn't finish the possession and get the rebound. And to see a team shoot 17 more shots than their opponent and lose, that's pretty big. That means that you did some things the right way.
And not only did they do them the right way, James, they did them a different way. Like, we have numbers that we look at. The assist number was up. I think it was like 28. But Kenny always talks about 12 plus threes, 12 plus 3, 12 plus made threes. They had 10 last night. They still got to 122. They had 17 less possessions, as you noted, than the New York Knicks. Still got to 122. Still found a way to win a game despite getting cussed out by your head coach immediately after it.
Yeah. I mean, and look, they've gone 7-1 since the break. Like, but he said, Mike Brown had a really interesting line today at practice. He said, like, we keep reminding him that slippage can be invisible. And I thought that was such an intriguing line. For me, I watched, the Knicks, they missed a lot of threes really badly. And I know, like, I'm not just going to say that it was all long rebounds and bad luck, but a lot of it was. Like, there were so many rebounds that were just flying off the rim and going 12 feet away from the basket to where a Knicks player was just happened to be. Clearly the Kings have to do a better job, especially on a guy like Hart. Like, you just can't let a guard go in and get 15 rebounds, including 8 offensive. That didn't make any sense. Like, put a body on somebody. And it was a problem with everybody. That's one where it showed you, like, look, this was an everybody issue. Like, all 8 or 9 guys that played, all of them failed on the defensive glass. But he still won the game.
Yeah. I kind of felt like last night it was a bit of an anomaly. There's been certain games, like Harrison pointed out, where they've had the other team offensive rebounding issues. But they've been fine. The Kings have been fine as defensive rebounders for most of the season. Last night was just one of those things where it was like, this is crazy. Like, you can't, almost you're in the Matrix. You can't get out of it, right? Mm-hmm. And guys like Josh Hart and Hartenstein and Mitchell Robinson, they almost, like, it became contagious, and they almost kind of got in the zone the way shooters get in the zone with, like, rebounding and offensive rebound. They tasted it a little bit, and they got thirsty to get more because they're like, hey, I like that. I want to get after it a little bit more. And the Kings just couldn't stop it last night. But let me know what you think, James. I don't think that's indicative of a problem this team routinely has, or am I off on that?
No, I mean, they're 7th in the league in defensive rebound percentage. They've been in the top 5 almost the entire season. So have they had some like regression there? Just a little bit, but not a whole lot. And sometimes that's because, you're going with different lineups. You're going smaller at times. You're using Trey Lyles as a center, the backup center for more minutes now, which means that your 4 is going to be smaller. So we're seeing some trickle down as far as like small ball lineups. I had noticed like over the last like month or two that we hadn't seen hardly any of Kevin Huerter at the 3. We saw more Kevin Huerter at the 3 last night. We saw 3-guard sets with Monk, Mitchell, and Fox. So we are seeing like some smaller lineups, which the Kings like because they can get out and run, but it does hurt you on the glass. And you can't just rely on Sabonis to get every single rebound, especially when they're flying off the rim. The one guy early on in that game, I'll tell you that I thought did a really good job of rebounding outside of his zone. So like your rebound zone basically is, maybe a bubble of like 6 feet around you, and that's your zone. But the long rebound stuff, I thought Keegan Murray did a really good job of chasing down rebounds that were flying off the rim at weird angles and stuff. And then he didn't play a lot. And I don't know why that was. Maybe it was a matchup issue that Mike saw. It's also like trying to temper his minutes to make sure he gets some bounce back here. But I thought he did an excellent job on the glass early in the game, and they went away from him a little bit.
Real quick, I was just going to mention, look, I know I bring this up with these guys a lot. I'm not saying this is how it should be. I would love for them to do it a lot more than what they did. But I mentioned it earlier. And I'll ask you your thoughts on it, Ham. When they stopped giving up offensive rebounds? In crunch time. Last like 5-6 minutes, they stopped all that. They got defensive stops or whatever. And I don't know what it is with this team that they can't do it more during the game. But when it gets down to crunch time, it seems like I don't want to say flip a switch because they're not like lights out, even though they're pretty good. But they do turn it up a notch on the defensive end and whatever's going on. If it's defense or if it's rebounding, they turn it up a notch and they get a little bit of level of focus. And I noticed that towards the end of the game last night, they kind of stopped all that offensive rebound stuff in the last 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, going back to the Memphis game, that was not the case. They specifically lost that game because they could not get a defensive rebound in the last like 2 minutes of the game. And I'll bring up something too. John Bull says something in the chatty house that the Kings are a team. A lot of people were concerned that the Kings were going to watch other teams gear up for the playoffs, and the Kings have not been in this situation before. And all of a sudden, they are one of the teams that you feel like are gearing up for the playoffs, that are getting better. And I think that that's a surprise to everybody involved, whether it's Mike Brown or it's that, even some of the players. Like, I think this is surprising the way that they're continuing to excel, but it's like the self-fulfilling prophecy thing. Like, once it starts to happen, you just keep making it happen more and more and more. And all of a sudden, the Kings are finding like their legs within this playoff chase, where all of a sudden, like I even wrote about it like maybe 3-4 games in, where I don't think that they're the hunted. Like we kept saying this is a moment where the hunters become the hunted, and I don't think that that's the case. They still feel like they're hunting, and it's something that I don't think anyone fully expected. Even Mike Brown. Mike Brown has like talked about this as much as anybody, about how after the All-Star break, that's when things get really, really tight. And the Kings have just done an absolutely magnificent job of rising to the challenge. And it's interesting to see because they haven't been through this before as a group, and now they're doing it. And I think it's fun to watch, but it's really stunning.
You mentioned this regarding Keegan. Were they watching De'Aaron's minutes last night? Or did it just work out that way?
No, he kind of got in foul trouble. And then he got poked in the eye. That was the other thing. Yeah. He got poked in the eye. Like I was sitting next to Sean, and Sean has this camera that can zoom in from like a million miles away, like super, super close. And I'm like,
very invasive that Sean Cunningham is.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's not if he ever becomes a private detective, he's not someone you want chasing you around, like watching to see what you're doing. Yeah, he's able to like zoom in on their bench. And I said, hey, Fox looks like he's messing with his eye. Can you zoom in? And sure enough, he was sitting there on the side. Like he went in around, I think, the 8-minute mark of the second quarter and came out at the 6-minute mark and then missed a bunch of times. So yeah, his minutes were sort of, diminished because of the injury.
Okay. We got into Domas and everything that happened today. Were you surprised at the way Mike Brown approached the press conference last night?
No. I mean, I think like the players knew the bright lights were there. I think Mike Brown knew the bright lights were there too. Like
it was a lot more than James Ham in the building today, so he was going to let his team have it a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where I thought he was really, really good. He was passionate about it, and that's not to say that his team hadn't had some slippage. What he's talking about, I agree with him, but I thought it was interesting to see him call out De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis by name and say the leaders this is a moment where the leaders have to get on their teammates in the moment on the floor and say we have got to rebound. We've got to do these specific things. We have got to get better in the moment. And those are the guys with the big voices in the room. And they have to be, that's where they're taking their next step. I thought that was interesting, but I also, if you're Mike Brown and you've been through this before, you were part of the Cleveland Cavaliers as they built up to their playoff runs and, where they got better and better. He was part of, some great runs there in Golden State. Where you get to a certain point in the season and you see some things that aren't going quite right and you need somebody to say something that's not your voice. It's what every coach will tell you. The moment that you see your team pull themselves together and say, okay, this is a problem, and actually problem solve themselves without having to you sit there and coach them through it, that's like the moment that you feel like you've made it. And I think that's where Mike is now. He's gotten through all of these steps. Now it's like, okay, I didn't know that I would be at this stage where in year one, where now it's time for me to start cranking up my leaders and saying, like, if we're going anywhere, it's you two. And I need you two to figure it out right now, how to make your teammates better, how to get on your teammates, how to hold the players accountable in the moment. And I need it now. So it's just another part of the build up to the playoffs. But again, like, who knew that we would be in this situation right now where Mike Brown is having to go to skip to chapter 14 in the book of things that he's got to teach his team on the fly.
Do you think, because we were just talking about this a little bit before you came on, do you think De'Aaron Fox has changed in that, in what ways? Like last year we were saying, hey, we need him to be a leader, we need him to talk, communicate, all this other stuff. Do you think he's the same Fox in that respect? He just maybe got better teammates around him or whatever, or have you seen him be a different person when it comes to vocally being a leader out there?
I think he's a better player, and I know that that's not one of the options you gave me, but as far as the things that you're looking at, when he decides he's going to take over, every one of his teammates are in awe, just like everyone else is. They're not in awe as in they're just standing there watching. They're working hard to get him open. They understand what's happening. They see it happening, and they're embracing the fact that they have a guy who's going from fringe all-star to possibly all-NBA right in front of their eyes. They see it too, and so that's the type of leader that I think he is. He's a sarcastic, snarky guy. You saw him and Monk in their sort of goofball moment in the post game, and he has those moments, but he's pretty quiet, and you're watching him command respect with his play, and I think that that's something that we didn't know. Of course, he's capable of doing that, but to this level, where all of a sudden he's the best clutch player in the NBA, one of the best scorers in the fourth quarter in the NBA, a guy who's in the top 14 in scoring in the league. We didn't know that he could be that player, and I don't think his teammates knew coming into this year that this was a leap he was going to take.
Domas just casually went out and had a triple-double for the second game in a row. And we were talking to Chris Herring of SI about this earlier. Do you think Domas is underappreciated league-wide?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, without any question. Like, even when the Kings traded for him, like, I knew Domas. I had watched plenty of him. I knew he's a really, really good player. Watching him on a nightly basis is just, it's so workmanlike. You know, the dude just brings his lunch pail and his hard hat to work every single night. And you just, there's such a, when you can go from using a pencil on stats to using a pen, it changes everything for a coach. When he knows exactly what he's going to get from 1 or 2 or 4 or 5 players, and you can start relying on it each and every night. I've never seen a player outside of Jokic and maybe like Russ when he was really rolling Westbrook, that you could almost pencil in a triple-double every night. I mean, if he was concerned about having a triple-double and was focused on getting a triple-double, he would probably have 25 on the season, maybe even 30. I mean, he's got 9. And how many has he missed by 1 rebound or 1 assist? How many has he missed by 2 rebounds or 2 assists?
Yeah.
And he always says it, you know, the only way, he said it today at practice too, the only way for me to get a triple-double is if my guys hit their shots. So, like, a triple-double is a team thing. It's not on me. Like, if I get a triple-double, it's because my guys actually hit their shots. And so I guess the reverse of that is he's blaming his teammates for all the triple-doubles he doesn't have. But that's not really what he's doing. I mean, he's the guy who's going out there, and he's not worried about stats. It's just happening, and it's really, really fun to watch.
You know, the crazy thing about it is I was sitting there watching the end of the game last night, and, you know, I saw his number. I think when he got the triple-double, it's like, oh, Domas has a triple-double. And, you know, in my mind, I was like, you know, this guy really is like a smaller, not smaller physically, but like a smaller production-wise or whatever you want to say version of Jokic. Like he's a poor man's Jokic or whatever you want to say. I got to thinking, I was like, nah, he's better than that. That's disrespectful to this guy. Put up 24, 13, and 10 last night. Like what?
So
what does he need to do? He need to be 30, 20,
I know.
and
We mentioned this earlier. We teased it, as we often do, and never went back to it because we got sidetracked doing something else, as also frequently happens here on this show. But I think the same is true for De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. Like Jokic and Joe, they get those like 50, 12, and then like a 9. Or I think Jokic had like a 40, 15, and 10 this year. Domas just consistently does the 20-something, 15-something, 10, 11-something because he doesn't have the big gaudy number. I think that, you know, what really separates, and Dame is on like this historic like scoring run, or has been on this historic scoring run. People would be talking about De'Aaron scoring a lot more if he had like 160 in there. Yeah. If he had just gotten like a 60 or a 50 in there, because that seems to like spring people's attention more than, no, he's just consistent. He's dropped 30 like 10 games in a row. Yeah. He would have been better off dropping 36 games in a row and then hitting a 60.
Right.
I think that would have gotten people's attention more. I think
like
it's that gaudy number that's missing.
Yeah, it's like the old baseball commercial, the chicks dig the long ball commercial, where, you know, so many people are just focused on home runs. And at the NBA level, I remember this story with Matt Harpering, where Matt Harpering had been like just a really, really good, solid NBA player for a long time, but he was in a contract year, and he said, you know what, I'm going to go out and I'm going to average 18 points a game. And he did that. He got paid because he averaged 18 points a game, and he went right back to being the player he should have been, because he understood that him scoring 18 points a game wasn't helping his team win anymore. It was just making him get more money. And it really does come down to scoring average, I think, when you talk about what separates Sabonis from some of these other guys. Like, he's second in the league in, win shares? Yeah, he's second in the league in win shares, behind Jokic. Like, he's one of the most impactful players in the league without any question. He's taken a team that won 30 games last year and they're at 39 with 17 games remaining. I mean, what he's been able to accomplish is just absolutely crazy. And he's doing it under the radar in Sacramento, which is kind of like who he is. He's a workman-like blue-collar guy who goes in there and gets crushed. And I think that might be the other thing. He's not like this this physical, crazy, like you look at Jokic and some of his like wild followays and stuff, or you look at Embiid and how he hits you with the 3 ball and then all of a sudden he gets downhill. Like those guys just do it in a flashier fashion. And I think Sabonis fits perfectly in Sacramento. He just does. He fits the town. He fits the type of player that you needed, but he just goes out there and brings it every single game. And it, again, like watching DeMarcus Cousins on a nightly basis, some of the things he could do, like as a man that size, you like the whole time you were like, I can't believe how he just ran full speed down the court, did a 360 spin between his legs, contorted his body to cut through 3 people in the lane and finish without running 6 people over, because that's what you assumed he would do. And it was just, he's so gifted athletically. And I think you're starting to get that appreciation for Sabonis where you just start to expect greatness from him every night.
Me too. I do expect greatness from him every night. Same with De'Aaron Fox, and it's why this thing has worked out so well. And I think it's why Mike was comfortable singling them out last night, because he knows how they'll respond. Mike had another moment, and you posted this clip on your timeline last night as well, and it's where Mike specifically was speaking about De'Aaron Fox and how he thinks De'Aaron Fox can get to an entirely another level as a superstar. And it felt like in front of, the national media that was there last night for that game, he was going to let everyone know how great his players are. And I think Domas's, and particularly De'Aaron Fox's case, how great they can be moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, he is campaigning so hard for both of them to be all NBA. And I think Sabonis is a shoe-in for second or third team all NBA. Depends if you can make him a power forward in the like voting. But he's so close to that. I mean, I think it's probably a no-brainer at this point. Fox has a tougher, journey to all league just because of all the guards that, like the Western Conference, Eastern Conference, whatever. There's so many good guards in the league. And so he's going to have a tougher battle. But I think Mike's biggest sort of takeaway I had was he was telling everyone just that this guy can be maybe not LeBron, maybe not Kobe, but he's right there. Like if he wants to be, there's another level for him to go, and he doesn't understand it yet, but he's getting closer to understanding where he can be as a player, and that Mike is going to be there every step of the way to try to get him to that next level. And you hope that can happen. I'm not sure if it can or not, if there's like a much higher level that Fox can be in, but and Mike even specified, like, it's not about like scoring more. It's about getting his teammates involved, playing defense for longer stretches, and doing these other things that star level players have done throughout their career to be impactful in ways that don't always show up in the stat book. They show up in the win column.
And see, that's what I was trying to figure out too. Like, what's that next level? I mean, is it more consistent on the defensive end? I think the way the offense flows with like Sabonis doing a lot of the initiating, it'd be hard for him to get more assists on a any given night. I feel like defensively, he brings it a lot. Like he brings it a lot more than a lot of people at his position, star players and guys that score a lot. So I wonder what like that next level was. I kept thinking, maybe consistently on the 3-point shot, but I mean, is there something that you see that he could do a little bit more that could get to that next level that Mike Brown's talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like you're always like, I think a lot of the time it's about mentality. Like, who is he as a person? Does he realize that he can take it to another level? Does he realize what it takes to get to that next level? Can he turn it on and all of a sudden be that next step up? And I don't know who like I would compare him to. I think that's the problem too. You've kind of got to a spot where like he's so different than almost every other guard that you're not sure where that next level can go. And you're also like that a lot of his success is built on speed and quickness, and those are things that are like it's hard to separate him from other people. It's hard to like look and see how he compares. So I don't know what the next step is for him. But I also know that like if he's going to take a next step, I think there has to be like one more mental adjustment for him to get him there. Like this was a big one where he got a taste of being an all-star. He's being mentioned as all league, and he's probably going to win the clutch player of the year and all that stuff. He's getting a taste for all that stuff, but you want him to not only like feel like he's one of the best players, but go out and take it on himself to actually be one of the best players in the league. And it's something that we've seen from a lot of these guys that I just don't think that next step has happened for him yet. Although he's been really, really incredible so many times this year.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We've looked back, so maybe we'll look ahead. They've got the Phoenix Suns tomorrow. We know how big these two games that they have coming up over the next few weeks with the Phoenix Suns could be for the standings, but also they've got the Milwaukee Bucks coming to the Golden One Center on Monday. So we'll talk more with our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, Steeler and KC on ESPN 1320. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. That's good.
Huge.
It's good booking there, pal.
Yeah, man.
Somebody asked about Sabonis' thumb. We've talked about that a couple of times in the last week. He said he's just playing through it, and it is what it is, and they'll re-examine it after the season and see if he needs to have surgery or not. But for right now, he's just cruising along. And oh yeah, you just asked again. Yeah.
Hey, James, could you tell us about Sabonis' thumb?
He's got two of them. They're opposable.
Start.
They help him go like this. I don't know.
I'm sure that's what he likes to do too.
Yeah.
Like little sock puppets.
Yeah. Hitchhiker's Guide. What is it? Even Cowgirls Get the Blues? Is that the one with Uma Thurman with the giant thumb? I think so.
Cowgirls Get the Blues.
Yeah, it's based on a book. I think it's called Even Cowgirls Get the Blues. I'd have to look it up. But
I'm afraid to Google that. I feel like something else will pop up.
Yeah, so Uma Thurman has like an abnormally large thumb, and I think she realizes that her life is to be as someone who hitchhikes because she has an enormous thumb. Yeah.
So you have to be a big star to make a movie like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was back when she was a big star.
Oh, man. Well, she was such a big star, she doesn't need to be one anymore. She's on that level now. Well, she's like Quentin Tarantino's girl, right? Like was she in
Kill
Pulp
Bill.
Fiction? I was gonna say.
And Pulp Fiction. Yeah.
Okay.
Which you guys haven't seen still, right?
I'm not seeing.
No.
And John Bull brings up Megan Fox has toe thumbs. She does. She has weird thumbs.
The little small
Hey,
thumbs.
Since there's 540 people watching, 1, hit the thumbs up. 2, hit the subscribe button. 3, come hang out with us at Sky River Casino.
Yeah.
Next week. James, I didn't even get a chance to talk to you about this last night because we were discussing other things. We're doing a live broadcast from Sky River Casino next week, next Friday. We're doing the entire show from 12 to 4. There is absolutely no pressure for you to drive from Amsterdam to Elk Grove. However, we would love to have you if you want to come out.
However,
12 to 4. We're doing the entire show live from Sky River Casino.
Is there a Kings game that day?
There is not. They play the Brooklyn Nets the night before.
Oh.
We were actually hoping to have that Thursday slot for the opening of the tournament.
That would have been phenomenal.
So we could do the show 12 to 4 and then put the big TV on the Brooklyn Nets. I say a big TV. It's like 100 feet. It's gigantic.
It's huge.
Put on the Kings Nets, but we're doing Friday. So
okay.
We could talk.
Am I
more.
allowed to wander around and be a degenerate gambler while
Absolutely, absolutely.
Sweet.
I'm gonna guess they would prefer that.
Are they going to comp us chips? See,
we have not discussed that, but we did have a plan to go grab a steak and an old fashioned after it was over.
Ooh, okay.
Did you see? I think it was just on socials. You see the Sac State Hornets women's team? They came home to campus yesterday. That was pretty cool.
I didn't see that. No,
yeah, it was pretty cool.
I like the pop that they got at the Golden One Center last night, though. That was pretty awesome.
They had a champions welcome back on campus.
It's like a smattering of applause for the football players who were there, and then they put the picture of the women on the big screen, and they got the big cookie pop.
They kept showing people in the stands last night, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. Like they're like,
they had a bunch of football prospects in the stands.
They had some B actor. I'm like, who is this guy? Why are you here? Why are we panning to you? What's
Josh
that?
Childress was there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is he an agent now or something? Like, what is he doing?
He might be.
I don't know. I think Josh Childress was sitting right next to the guy that I had no idea who he was. And then we looked him up, and I'm like, that didn't help. I looked him up. Still don't know who he is.
Yeah, they had a bunch of football prospects there, though, like TCU quarterback.
I feel like this has happened before, where a bunch of the quarterbacks have been out here.
Maybe.
I don't think that was the first time. And the Palmer brother was out here.
What Palmer?
Yeah, Jordan Palmer.
Was it Jordan Palmer? Yeah.
Yeah. Dante Pettis was there. I remember that. I swear,
feel like
I looked up.
Had the quarterbacks out before.
I looked up the movie actor right in the middle. I'm like, okay, that didn't help me to look him up. I still don't know who you are. I'm never going to find it. He's too obscure even to find in my phone.
Are we talking about the same guy? Did I miss him? Dr. David said Zeke was there.
Zeke. Dorian Thompson Robinson was there for sure. See, people are just looking. Are you going to ever come up? I don't know who the guy was.
John Bull Roseville to Elk Grove isn't that bad.
Wait, Blake Bortles wasn't there, was
he? It's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
From my house.
Yeah, from James's house, that's different. That's different.
Yeah, Elk Grove.
Yeah, Ramsey selection Sunday party. I think they're going to LA, man. That's what bracketology has them. It's updated. Long Beach State is now going to Utah. So I think they're going to LA to play UCLA.
Russell, have I had a chance to look at the A's roster? Like, why? I mean, I get your question, but like, no. Yes, I've looked at it.
What the hell is going on? Are we? How much longer is the break? Oh,
we're back.
Yeah, hang on. Man, them advertisers knew James Ham was on. They're like, yo, let's get in during the James Ham hour. Let's get in here during the James Ham show. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button as well. We appreciate everyone being here. Obviously, James, how much fun is this for you? You know, you did the corporate stuff for so long. You've covered this team for so many years. And you've been, at the top of the list of A1 reporters for this franchise. But you did it through NBC Sports California. That's a great job. But now you get to build like your own platform. You get to build your own thing, and you get to do it in a year where this team is cooking.
Yeah, I'm having a really good time. I really am. It's such a change mentally to be able to have the freedom to write whatever you want, to have the freedom to podcast and to go on the radio and do things like this all the time. For me, the life change was substantial, and I don't regret it at all. Like, this is really, really good. Like just the mental toll that this team like puts on you year after year. Like I've talked about, like I probably have covered 10, 50 lost seasons, and like I don't know what people think, but you know how difficult it is to write like losing game recaps 50 times in a season, and then another 2 stories after that, and just keep plugging away and covering like drama and relocation attempts and coaches getting fired. This is my 9th head coach. I've what is my 4th front office? Yeah, my 4th front office. Yeah, so like you just get used to like the chaos and all that stuff. This has just been a good group of guys, a coach that's a complete breath of fresh air, a coaching staff that it's top notch. All of them are good guys. It's a total family atmosphere for those guys, for everyone around the team. To see young players get better and players become stars and all stars, it really has been one of those seasons where just like it feels like it's magical the whole time, and you're always wondering like, is it going to end? And you know, of course, it will end at some point, whether that's in the first round or it's in the, you know, they win a ring, heaven forbid. Like you have no idea where it ends because they've played so well offensively, and you know, you just don't know what this team is going to be. But it's definitely been different, and I feel like still this late in the season to feel fresh and ready to continue and not have to watch hours and hours and hours of college game tape of prospects. That's been really, really nice.
Yeah, no, it's the same way. This is usually about this time is when I take a break from the NBA and I lock in completely on college basketball with championship week and the, you know, first couple rounds of the NCAA tournament. And I haven't watched the conference game yet, except for, you know, some random one like Toledo and Ohio are playing right now. But as far as like at home, like setting my DVR to it, no, I'm watching the Kings. And if I'm not watching the Kings, I'm watching Lakers and Grizzlies because the Kings might be second seed, all this other stuff. And it is a change of pace. It is something that's pretty fun to experience. And, you know, one of the things that I think about with this playoff drought, because we were talking about the Knicks yesterday in the drought that they broke a couple years ago. I was thinking about the Warriors, the drought that they broke. I think the Kings is a little different, not just because I'm closer to it, but because there was a lot of stuff that happened in between there. Like, it wasn't just losing basketball.
Yeah.
It was they're going to lose this team and had to fight and pledge season tickets and, you know, relocation, all this other stuff. And that was on top of the bad basketball. And to make it through all that, we've got one of the first class arenas in the league. And now you got one of the best teams in the league. I think that's what's going to add a little bit to it when, you know, they finally clinch that spot.
Yeah, I made an entire documentary on that. Like my resume is weird. Like if I were to if I were working at a job where I was interviewing people and my resume slid across someone's desk, I'd be like, I don't know if I'm going to hire him or not, but I certainly want to pull him in here and talk basketball.
Got some questions.
I got some questions. Yeah, like these walls can talk. Yeah, so it's been, I think for me, again, like 12 years of chaos. Like this hopefully will be a really cool payoff. And it couldn't happen to like a better group of guys. Like they talk about like culture and chemistry and how things have been missing and all these things. And you don't really know it because you're just stuck in the middle of their bad culture. There are times where you feel the bad culture for sure, but then like to see good culture and to see a game again in game, what was it yesterday? Like 65, to have a coach call out his 2 stars in a winning game when they've won 7 out of 8 because he needs to be more vocal leaders, and to see the accountability for this team and to have guys talk about accountability and how, you know, even Kevin Huerter was like, yeah, like after the first month or 2 of the season, we got it. Like this isn't going to shut off. Like this is going to be who he is the whole time he's coaching us, and we have to adapt. And so like all of these things that kind of stack up, like, look, this is fun, you know? I'm happy for Vivek. Like I've told you guys that. Like if Vivek can win, like maybe the tide can turn on how people think of him. You know.
I hope so. And tomorrow could go a long way in securing their spot in the playoffs. They have their first of 2 matchups over the course of the next 2 weeks and some change against the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant won't be available. He won't be available for either of those matchups. I don't think that's particularly a big deal. This Phoenix Suns team is very, very good. Devin Booker doesn't give a damn who's on the floor with him. He's going to try to go for 40. He's very capable of going for 40 plus every night. I got a feeling about this game tomorrow. I actually feel really good about the Kings' chances tomorrow. Part of it is because I look at last night's game, and one of the things that we talked about yesterday, and we were talking about this with Anthony Slater before the game yesterday as well, they're aware of teams that they lose to. And I think they're aware of teams who kind of rough them up. The Knicks roughed them up at the Garden, and I thought that rebounding stat that they had yesterday was going to be a focal point. And the Kings looked really good rebounding against the Knicks for a half. If you just look at the first half, they rebounded really well. Anything that happened after that, that's different. But I think they were aware of how the Knicks roughed them up. They've dropped 2 to Phoenix already. And now, this particular game, you look at where everything is at the standings. You look at the situation with who's not there anymore and who hasn't played against Sacramento yet. I think the Kings know, hey, ramp it up a little bit more, go out there and fight with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, I mean, the Kings know what a win in Phoenix would mean. I mean, you're already at this point, you're 3 games up on them in the loss column. You know, they've already, like, the separation between 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through like 12 is now like 7 or 8 games. Like the Kings understand that. I don't think that they're so much like standings watching as they just kind of like they know where they are and they know what they've got to accomplish. And I think beating the Suns, it's another thing that you kind of highlight that they need to figure out how to do. You know, this is one of those teams that they could face, and maybe they won't. You know, it doesn't look like the Suns are going to be a team you face in the first round now, but you very well could face them in the second round. And like, it's crazy that we're talking about potential second round matchups, but like this could be a 2-3 matchup in the second round. And so you have to actually think about those things and what it would mean to actually go out there and beat them and show them that you're the same caliber. And the Kings are much better against teams the second time they play them. They've beat almost everybody. Like they've beat Denver. They've beat Memphis. They've, even the teams that they're competing with. I mean, they're 3-1 against the Lakers, 3-1 against the Clippers. They've gone into every single one of these games and got better the second time around and shown that they can actually hang. And so, you're going to have more of those games coming up when you look at the Bucks and the Celtics coming up in the coming weeks. But just for right now, you need to show a Pacific Division rival, and that's what it's become at this point, that you can hang with them and you can beat them.
You heard it here first. James said the Kings will beat the Bucks on Monday. That's how I took it.
Well, look, the crazy thing,
Celtics are going down next week.
I'm sitting there thinking, and I think those are the only 2 teams in the league that haven't beaten.
And Phoenix. So Phoenix.
And Phoenix, yeah.
Phoenix, Milwaukee,
those 3 teams.
Boston. Have they played Philly twice?
They lost to Philly twice.
Okay.
So
all of the title contenders on the they beat Cleveland, who's
Cleveland
the 4th spot over there.
Beat them twice.
Yeah.
They split with Memphis.
Did Toronto get them twice?
No, they got Toronto once in Toronto.
Okay.
The Kings lost to Atlanta twice.
Atlanta got them.
Yeah, they're 0-1.
This list is terrible, Kenny.
They split against Charlotte. They
2 teams at first.
They did beat the Cavs twice.
And he was like, "There's only 2 teams the Kings haven't beat." Till he thought about it.
Until we thought about it. Yeah. Yeah. They're 2 up against Memphis. They split with Memphis. They split with Miami. They're down 2-1 to Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah.
Miami, their first win of the season was against the Heat on a Saturday afternoon at a Golden One Center.
That's right.
That's
why
funny.
they played at 2 p.m. I don't know.
The beam lit at 4 o'clock. There's something in the sky. What the hell is that?
What is that?
What is
Yeah.
that? Just get that fixed. They still got two coming up against Portland. Yeah, there's
2 against Utah.
2 against Utah.
1
yeah.
against the Spurs.
Yeah, the 2 Portland games are in Portland.
Yeah.
What are the Utah games? Are those on the road too?
1-1.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. They've got let's see, Utah on March 20th and on March 25th. One is at Utah and the other is at Sacramento.
That Utah home game is back to back.
Yeah, Phoenix is the night before. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the last back-to-back of the season.
They
still got Chicago. They got the Wizards. They got the Nets.
That's next week, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's next week.
We're starting to see the teams though that aren't going to compete and that are like, this is that last stretch where there are going to be some teams that go, okay, we're good. We won enough. Like it's time for us to go backwards. So
I don't think the Kings are playing any of those though.
Well,
I think Utah can be in that spot.
Oh,
some of those guys already made the decision.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah. Well, that's that's saying it. That's the only one though, right? I mean, I guess it depends on how you feel about Utah. Utah's
how you feel about Utah. What happens with Portland by the time they see them?
Yeah, that's still a few weeks away. That's a good call.
The Wizards and the Bulls are both fighting it out for the back end of the. They're the 10 and 11 seed in the East.
And the thing I don't think we like. I mean, Chicago, like Billy Donovan might be fighting to keep people off his back. Like he might like a play-in could be, Billy Donovan returning next year.
Would you say Billy Donovan fight for his life?
He might, which I think is ridiculous because I just don't think that Chicago Bulls team is very good. Right. And losing Lonzo Ball has been devastating for them.
They spent a lot of money on players that weren't of the caliber that you needed them to be and who haven't lived up to their contracts.
Hi, Atlanta. You just described the Atlanta Hawks to me.
No, it's very true. Yeah, and then both teams I think have had regression from young players, which is never good. That's something I think Trey is regressed. John Collins has seriously regressed with Atlanta.
I can't blame John Collins for regressing when his name is brought up in a trade, like every moment he's available to be traded. So the second the season's over and he's able to be traded, his name is going to come up in trade conversations again.
Yeah, even before they paid him, he was already in trade rumors. You're like, man, what are you doing?
Are they? Where are they?
They have
managed. They're in the play-in though, huh?
They are. I think they're 500, right?
33 and 33. Good knowledge.
The Bulls?
No, the Hawks.
They would. And they're 8, so they're gonna. I mean, if they hold on to that, they're gonna get 2 opportunities to get into the.
I haven't watched them in a while. That is just. I've said it before. I'm a bro. I do not like that team. I do not like them at all. I haven't watched that team in a long time.
I do like Quinn Snyder though. Man, they're on their third.
I forgot he's their head coach. I haven't seen a Hawks game since he's become the head coach.
Yeah, that's wild.
The epitome of average.
I completely forgot.
And they are 5-5 in their last 10.
And so did Quinn take over at the break? I can't remember how many. Yeah, about that.
5 games ago. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at these guys, but like I said, 33 and 33, 5-5 in their last 10. Their point differential is plus 0.1.
Oh my gosh.
They are the epitome of average.
Even Stevens.
My goodness. Porzingis had 43.
Yeah, he was cooking in the loss.
Yeah,
wow.
He was out there getting buckets. Would you take Kristaps Porzingis? No, I'm just kidding.
Nope.
Those days are gone.
Those days are over.
Yeah, those
Did we ask James the question? No, we did, because Alan Hahn asked us yesterday. Yeah, Alan Hahn of ESPN New York joined us for a few minutes after his radio show yesterday. And he asked, in New York, we really like the team in New York, and we're thinking, hey, this is a great turnaround for them, and we're thinking about the future. And I look at you guys. You guys got this great squad here. Have you thought about the future? And we're all like, no. we're trying to get through this year. Have you thought about what like the offseason might look like and what this team might look like in the years moving forward?
Is this the start of something? Like, we haven't even thought about it like this is the start of something. We're just like, thank God we're here.
Not today, devil.
Yeah, don't you jinx that. Don't you look ahead. No, I haven't at all. I think it's wild. Like, when you've covered this team and you've seen so many bad moments, like I even brought it up to Harrison Barnes today. I mean, Mike Brown is 2 wins away from being the second coach in Kings Sacramento history to put up a 500 season. Like, only Rick Adelman has ever been 500 in a season. And those 8 seasons outside of that, the Kings have 29 losing seasons. So, like, you can't look far ahead. And you hope that they're building something. And they still have a shot at 50. They're actually pacing right now. They're at 60. They're a 600 win percentage. They're pacing for 49.1 wins. It's wild. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is let's take it one day at a time. Let's enjoy each and every moment, and this is a good thing. It's fun to watch. Most of their players are locked up under contract outside of back into the rotation guys, and there's going to be changes for sure on this roster, and they know they need to add stuff like what we talked about at the trade deadline. It's not like any of those issues have gone away. Like, they still have issues that they need to deal with in the offseason, but for right now, like, this is a group you're going to fight with and you're going to war with every night. And it's a team that should be able to do this more than 1 year.
Alan's response was really funny. He was like, "You're not?" No. Like, what? Thinking about the future. No, we're trying to go 1-0 every day. He was just like surprised that we hadn't thought about this.
And it's
the beginning of something new.
Like, no, sir, we're looking at 2-3 days from now.
And this team could go to the Western Conference Finals. This team could go to the Western Conference Finals, losing 7 in quadruple overtime to whoever. And immediately once the offseason starts, man, I hope we don't mess this up. Man, I hope we don't blow. What are we going to do now? Like, there's going to be like a certain level.
We blew our shot.
Oh, and don't let the officials get a call wrong. Not against us. Don't let the officials get a call wrong.
But what if they never lose? What if they win it all?
What if they do?
That would be the story. That would be the story.
What if it's not? Yeah. I don't think it's crazy that this team comes out the West. I really don't.
I don't either.
And I don't think it's crazy if you're on the Odyssey app or ESPN 1320 or 98.5 FM. I don't think it's crazy that if you want to hear Chris Herring, you want to hear Anthony Slater, you want to hear more from James Ham, you can. Don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings!
We are champions. Remember this? Oh my gosh, what a moment this was.
Yeah.
Right as people are looking by, like, what the fuck are these idiots doing? Like, legit walk by, like, what are these guys doing?
Sam Hill.
These two jackasses.
That's funny.
That's terrific. Yeah, man. All right. Thank you guys man. This is a monster day in the live stream. Thank you to the over 1,600 people who joined us today.
Go.
We appreciate that.
Let's go.
Hit the thumbs up before you go, please. I think we could beat 400. I think we could crack 400. Y'all already got us to 347. And the thing with it really is the algorithm. It really is Instagram. The more people that hit the thumbs up, the more this video gets thrown into different people's searches. So hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe. Stingers up, baby. Let's go. Stingers up. Selection show on Sunday.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys on Monday, man. Hopefully we got we'll light the beam and we'll get ready for Giannis.
Let's go.
End broadcast.